Hello, everybody, and welcome back to the Grand Champion Tournament, where we are now 5 heats in. We've got 5 heats down, 3 more to go before we are done with our first round here, as we are determining what games we've covered the best over the years. Our best series. Whoa, that is a big fucking bug. So we live in the middle of the woods, so there's always a certain amount of bug, invasion that happens from time to time. And we also have a lot of mud daubers around here. They look like wasps. They're not quite like... I actually don't know if they are technically in the wasp or hornet family, but they're not aggressive. They're just doing their thing. So I'm going to try to be chill about this because I'm not a big fan of like hornets and wasps and stuff. Anyway, we have finished our 5th heat, which means we have a few things to showcase and talk about in this. We're going to talk through the results of the 5th heat. We're going to talk through where the predictions are currently at, where those standings are. And then we're going to talk about the games that are up for contention in the 6th heat as we wrap up this early stage of our 3rd bracket, the Chaos. Is this the Chaos one? No, this is Heartless. This is the Heartless bracket. But what better place to start than at the beginning? Our first matchup, Sonic Shuffle versus Wonder Boy Monster Lair, with Sonic Shuffle winning with 80% of the vote. Yeah, Sonic Shuffle was for sure one of the funniest games I think that we've covered in terms of like how it came out. Like that one was ridiculous with all the shit going on there. After that, we had Shuttle Rush versus Pokemon Platinum version. Platinum version wins 100%. No surprise there. It was a big Jeff stream, so that makes perfect sense. So Sonic Shuffle and Pokemon Platinum version will be going up against each other in the next round. That should be a pretty interesting fight, actually. After that, we have Sonic Adventure DX Director's Cut versus Spider-Man Miles Morales. And the winner here was Sonic Adventure DX with 90% of the vote. Another one that I don't think I'm very surprised by. I honestly, I'm a little surprised, if anything, it wasn't a sweep. Miles Morales was a good game and it was a fun stream, but I think Sonic Adventure, especially the director's cut where we slowly lost our minds doing mission mode, was pretty much bound to win this one from the beginning. We also have Star Tropics versus World Series Baseball starring Deion Sanders. And Star Tropics wins there as well with 90% of the vote. Again, I mean, this makes perfect sense to me. I think the sports games are generally not going to do too well in this competition because they do all tend to like blend together a bit after a while. There's some exceptions, but for the most part, I do think that they're probably not going to do amazing, is my guess. So Sonic Adventure DX Director's Cut versus Star Tropics in round 2. After this, we have Resident Evil HD Remaster versus Monster Hunter Rise, with Resident Evil winning with 80% of the vote. This one makes sense to me, especially because of our like silly-ass live intro that we did for that game. The recreation of the classic bad intro to the PlayStation original. It was a lot of fun to shoot and make, so I'm glad people enjoyed that. We also have Sonic N versus Soulstar X. Sonic N wins with 70% of the vote. I think that one makes sense. I suspect Sonic N may not last terribly much longer. I think this was... I mean, it was a closer vote anyway, so like that's certainly pretty clear. But yeah, I think it was not very tough competition for this one up against Soulstar X. But either way, we get Resident Evil HD Remaster versus Sonic N in the next round. After that, we have The Legend of Zelda Null Sonic Game Watch versus Wario Land Shake It, with Wario Land Shake It winning with 60% of the vote. It was a pretty close one there. That makes sense to me. I could see it being a little bit more or less on that one, but Shake It does seem like the winner there, I think, out of the two. Not that the Null Sonic video was bad by any means, but I think just in terms of like what was going on for those, it makes more sense. We also have... I have to keep my mouse over here so I can keep an eye on this. Okay, Mega Man Battle Network 6 𝗙𝗛𝗎𝗏 versus Virtua Hamster. Battle Network 6 wins, but only with 90% of the vote. I was honestly expecting a full sweep on this one. I thought that was going to be like a complete shoo-in for 100%. Didn't quite get there, but that's okay. Yeah, 𝗙𝗛𝗎𝗏 is a classic. It's the first of 4, I guess, games with our silly voice acted stuff going along with it. So that makes perfect sense. So Wario Land Shake It versus Mega Man Battle Network 6 𝗙𝗛𝗎𝗏 will go up against each other in the next round. After this, we have Wonder Boy and Monster World versus Elden Ring, and Elden Ring actually takes this one with 60% of the vote. This makes sense to me, I would say. Me personally, I'm a big Wonder Boy and Monster World fan, but I know that there wasn't like a lot of flash going into the videos for the Monster World side of things. Whereas Elden Ring, you got John D. Benadryl, big huge adventure with Dave as they're traveling through and doing all of that. So Elden Ring moves on. We have Dark Space Rings versus Metroid Zero Mission. Zero Mission with 100% clean sweep. I mean, that seemed kind of obvious in my opinion. Zero Mission is a solid game. Dark Space Rings was this weird puzzly thing that we just kind of pushed our way through and then we were done. So yeah, Elden Ring versus Metroid Zero Mission in the next round. After that, we have freshly picked Tingle's Rosy Rupee Land versus Undungeon. And with 90% of the vote, we have Rosy Rupee Land moving on. Yeah, another one where it's like, I'm a little surprised it wasn't 100%, but like, honestly, yeah, the Tingle games I think are going to do pretty well across this stuff. Generally speaking, there's one or two that maybe won't, but yeah, so that one moves on. We have Dr. Mario versus WWF Raw. Dr. Mario also wins with 90% of the vote. I didn't think it was going to be that big of a victory there. I figured it might have been a little bit more even between them, maybe more like a 60-40, but yeah, makes sense to me like that Dr. Mario wound up winning. I think that was probably the better video slightly. Yeah, so freshly picked Tingle's Rosy Rupee Land versus Dr. Mario in round 2. After that, we have Chow Adventure 2 versus Pokemon Legends Arceus, with Pokemon Legends Arceus winning with 90% of the vote. Yeah, another one where I'm a little surprised it wasn't a full clean sweep, but yeah, Arceus, I think, was always going to win that matchup. So that one moves on to the next. We also have Pixel Pig Deluxe versus Psychonauts 2. Psychonauts 2 with a clean sweep, 100% of the vote. So we have Pokemon Legends Arceus versus Psychonauts 2 in the next round. I don't think there was any doubt Psychonauts 2 was moving on there. Next up, we have Pokemon Let's Go Pikachu versus Golf Magazine 36 Great Holes starring Fred Couples. And, I mean, come on, Let's Go Pikachu won. I think that was a pretty obvious one as well. 90% of the vote. Another one where I'm a little bit almost surprised it didn't get 100%, but yeah, we've talked about this before, that the padlocks and Nuzlocks and Pokemon content is probably going to do pretty well, generally speaking. After that, we have Balloon Fight versus Mortal Kombat 2. Mortal Kombat 2 ekes one out with 60% of the vote. Yeah, I mean, Balloon Fight's a pretty simple game. I don't think we had a lot going into it. Mortal Kombat 2 was also one we didn't have a huge thing going for exactly, but yeah, it makes sense that one moves on. So Pokemon Let's Go Pikachu versus Mortal Kombat 2 will be in the next round as a matchup. That'll be a strange one. After that, we have Mega Man Battle Network 5 Team Colonel versus Mega Man 8-Bit Deathmatch, and this was a close one, but coming out victorious was Battle Network 5 with 60% of the vote. I had a feeling this was going to be a close one. I figured that Deathmatch was going to win in the end, but I guess y'all liked me suffering through Battle Network 5. So all the power to you. But yeah, that one's moving on. Very surprised there, actually. We also have Link's Crossbow Training versus the aquatic game starring James Pond and the Aquabats. Link's Crossbow Training, 100% clean sweep. And boy, is it funny to be looking at this in the midst of the James Pond legacy AI slop bullshit going on. But yeah, sadly, the aquatic games can't catch a break today. So Mega Man Battle Network 5 Team Colonel versus Link's Crossbow Training going up head-to-head in the next match. The next round, rather. The next match, though, we have Clone Hero versus Cosmic Carnage. Clone Hero winning with 60% of the vote. Close call there, but I kind of figured Clone Hero was going to win. We also have Bubble Bobble versus Afterburner. Bubble Bobble also winning with 60% of the vote. Another close shave, meaning Clone Hero versus Bubble Bobble in the next round. After that, we have Spyro 2 Ripto's Rage versus Slalom. And Ripto's Rage wins with a clean sweep, 100% of the vote. Yeah, I mean, that makes sense to me. Slalom was only there as part of the games, and it was a good video. It was not one of the more memorable ones, I would say. So it makes sense that Spyro 2 would move on. We also have Trials of Mana for the Super Famicom versus Sonic Rivals. Sonic Rivals wins with 60% of the vote, a narrow victory there. One that we suffered through but made it out alive. So Spyro 2 Ripto's Rage versus Sonic Rivals in the next round. After that, we have Mega Man 10 versus Super Mario Land. Mega Man 10 wins with 90% of the vote. Yeah, that makes sense to me. Mega Let's Play versus a stream as part of a stream series thing, like that makes perfect sense. Also, Shantae Half Genie Hero versus Tempo. Shantae wins with 90% rather of the vote. Another one, yeah, makes perfect sense to me there. Mega Man 10 versus Shantae Half Genie Hero in the next round. We also have Pandora's Tower versus Kingdom Hearts Dream Drop Distance HD, and Kingdom Hearts wins it with 70% of the vote. Not bad there, not bad there at all. I feel like Kingdom Hearts is going to perform reasonably well overall. We also have The Lost Heroes versus Mario Party, and I think in a first for the franchise in this competition, Mario Party wins with 90% of the vote and moves on. I think Mario Party has lost every other match it's been in so far. But yeah, Kingdom Hearts Dream Drop Distance versus Mario Party 1 in the next round. After that, we have Galaga versus Supreme Warrior. Galaga winning with 70% of the vote. Not a lot to say here. I believe these were two console play videos up against each other, so that could always go a couple different directions. We also have Nights into Dreams versus NFL Quarterback Club. Nights into Dreams wins with 90% of the vote, which is interesting considering the first stream of that was such a colossal misfire. But we'll see how that one does. Maybe that'll go pretty far here. Either way, Galaga versus Nights into Dreams in the next round. We also have Sonic Mania Plus versus Super Mario 64. This one was also a pretty close match. Oh my God. Sonic Mania Plus wins with 60% of the vote. My brain mixed up Sonic, Super, and 60 all at once there. But yeah, Sonic Mania Plus will be moving on. Yeah, I mean, the Mario 64 stream was a really good time. But Sonic Mania is Sonic Mania, so it doesn't super surprise me that one won. We also have Kirby's Extra Epic Yarn versus Sonic the Hedgehog Extreme, meaning the skateboarding one. Extra Epic Yarn, clean sweep, 100% of the vote. No surprises there. So Sonic Mania Plus going up against Kirby's Extra Epic Yarn in the next round. We also have Sonic the Hedgehog Spinball, I believe the 8-bit version, versus Warhammer 40K Space Marine 1. Just double checking because it was cut off at the end there. Spinball wins with 100% of the vote. I'm not too surprised by that. The Spinball videos were all kind of wild, kind of out there. But that's okay because good news for Dave in the next matchup, Battletoads versus Colibri. Battletoads with a clean sweep. I could have told you that was going to happen, which means that Sonic the Hedgehog Spinball 8-bit version will be going up against Battletoads in the next match. In the next round, rather. I keep saying match. Next up, we have Kirby Nightmare in Dreamland versus Monument Valley Panoramic Edition. And Kirby sweeps this one as well. 100% goes to Kirby Nightmare in Dreamland. Yeah, I mean, that's going to be the case with most of these Kirby games, I think. We also have Kitten Bounce versus Tecmo Baseball. Tecmo Baseball winning with 70% of the vote. One of the rare wins for the games. So Kirby Nightmare in Dreamland will go up against Tecmo Baseball in the second round. Following that, we have Gradius versus Metalhead, and Gradius wins with 80%. It's a classic. That's an easy one. Similarly, Donkey Kong Jr. versus RBI Baseball 95. Donkey Kong Jr. with 90% of the vote. Easy there as well. So Gradius versus Donkey Kong Jr. in the next round. That might be a pretty interesting one, I think. We also have Celeste versus Paper Mario The 1,000-Year Door, and Celeste wins with 80% of the vote. I thought it would be a little bit closer, but I was kind of low-key hoping Celeste would pull through on this one. Yeah, great series, great game. It was a really good time. Following that, we have Sonic Battle versus Darkwood, and Sonic Battle sweeps it, 100% of the vote. So we're going to have Celeste versus Sonic Battle in round 2. That should be an interesting one. Next up, we have Mega Man ZX Advent versus Wario Land 2. ZX Advent wins with 80% of the vote. Yeah, I mean, again, we've got Mega Let's Play up against, stream event series type thing, so that makes sense to me. We also have Resident Evil 2 for the Gamecom versus Pitfall the Mind Adventure. And Resident Evil 2 for Gamecom wins with 90% of the vote. We got a Gamecom game moving on to round 2. It'll be Mega Man ZX Advent versus Resident Evil 2. That should be a very interesting matchup. Following that, we have Hyrule Warriors Definitive Edition versus Kirby Fighters 2. And Hyrule Warriors wins with 80% of the vote. Which is interesting. I feel like, not like we phoned it in for that one, but I feel like we were pushing against, already having done the game before a little bit there. But yeah, it wound up winning for that one. After that, we have Reagan Gorbachev versus Tabletop Simulator. And mystifyingly, this one is currently tied. This one is currently 50-50. So if you have not voted on it yet, head to challenge.com/grand_champion_3 and cast your vote for Reagan Gorbachev versus Tabletop Simulator. The winner will go up against Hyrule Warriors Definitive Edition. And similarly, the match immediately after it, Ghosts and Goblins versus The Amazing Spider-Man Web of Fire, is also tied. We have both of these back-to-back, so you should head there and cast your vote because the winner will go up against the winner of Castlevania 2 Simon's Quest versus Tales of Iron, in which Castlevania 2 wins with 90% of the vote. So that will go up against the winner of Ghosts and Goblins versus The Amazing Spider-Man Web of Fire in the next round. After that, we have Team Sonic Racing versus Snowboard Kids, and Team Sonic Racing sweeps it. I'm actually a little surprised by that one. I would have figured Snowboard Kids would have put up a bit more of a fight there, but yeah, no, Team Sonic Racing takes it completely. We also have Laser Knights versus Worlds Collide Final Fantasy VI Randomizer. And in my opinion, unsurprisingly, Worlds Collide wins with 90% of the vote. So we're going to have Team Sonic Racing versus Worlds Collide Final Fantasy VI Randomizer in the second round. After that, we have Kirby Squeak Squad versus Mega Man. Which one is this one? Mega Man's Christmas Carol Remix. Had to make sure it was 1, not 2. And Squeak Squad wins with 70% of the vote. This one, I kind of expected it to go the other way just from the novelty of Christmas Carol, but Squeak Squad, I figured it would at least be close. Like, I would have been surprised if Squeak Squad got less than 40% of the vote, so it getting 70 makes sense too. We also have Kingdom Hearts 2 Final Mix versus Donkey Kong 64, and this one surprised me a little bit. This one really did. Kingdom Hearts wins with 70% of the vote. I would have thought the Banana Torture stream might have had a better shot there, along with Lanky's Inflation Song and everything. But Kirby Squeak Squad versus Kingdom Hearts 2 Final Mix going up against each other in round 2. After that, we have Chrono Trigger versus Sonic Origins. Chrono Trigger winning with 80% of the vote. I think this makes sense. I think Ben playing Chrono Trigger for the first time was a wonderful bit of novelty to everything, whereas Sonic Origins is us playing Sonic for the 100 millionth time and also being disappointed in a few of the changes. So, yeah, Chrono Trigger moving on. We also have Mega Man X Dive versus Orcs Must Die 3. Mega Man X Dive moving on with 80% of the vote. It'll be Chrono Trigger versus Mega Man X Dive in the next one. Yeah, I kind of figured that Dive would probably win. I didn't think it would be by that much. I would have figured it'd be 60-40. But yeah, no, Mega Man X Dive moving on. After that, we have Double Dragon 2, The Revenge versus Shadow Squadron, with Double Dragon 2 winning with 70% of the vote. 70% of the vote for Bimmy and Jimmy Lee. The bug has been removed from the premises. Next up, we have Punch-Out versus The Legend of Zelda, The Hyrule Fantasy. And the board game wins with 80% of the vote. Yeah, I think it was just like a novel, kind of video to put up. So that makes perfect sense to me. Double Dragon 2, The Revenge versus The Legend of Zelda, The Hyrule Fantasy in the next round. After that, we have Kingdom Hearts Chain of Memories versus Ski Free. And Chain of Memories wins it with 90% of the vote. I wasn't too sure how this one was going to go, both between, I wasn't a huge fan of the game. We were still figuring out our streaming tech stuff, so it wasn't the best stream in the world. But yeah, wound up winning with 90%, so that'll be moving on. Persona 3 Fest versus GTFO. Persona 3 Fest wins with 90% of the vote. I think that one was kind of always going to happen there. So Kingdom Hearts Chain of Memories versus Persona 3 Fest in the next round. That's going to be a very interesting one, I think. After that, we have Dragon Quest XI Echoes of an Elusive Age? Elusive Age, yes, that is the full title. Versus Virtual Boy Wario Land and, heartbreakingly, Dragon Quest XI is winning with 90% of the vote. I thought Virtual Boy Wario Land maybe had a bit of a shot, but it was also like a one-off quick thing, whereas Dragon Quest XI was a much longer series that we got to put together. So Dragon Quest moves on. We also have Sekiro Shadows Die Twice versus FIFA Soccer 96, and Sekiro wins with 80% of the vote. So we will be seeing Dragon Quest XI Echoes of an Elusive Age versus Sekiro Shadows Die Twice in the next round. I'd say that probably makes sense. It was a one-off stream ultimately, but it still was like a pretty entertaining and interesting like run through that. We have Kirby Air Ride versus Halo 2 Anniversary. Kirby Air Ride wins with 90% of the vote. I knew that this was going to happen. I knew that that one was going to keep going. Despite the fact that Halo 2 was a pretty good competitor there with all the stuff going on there. He's so brave. He's so brave. We also have Wrecking Balls Arena versus 𝗏𝗏. 𝗏𝗏 wins with 70% of the vote. We all love Ian and Katie here, so that was no surprise at all. That'll make for a real wild match in the next round, though. Kirby Air Ride versus 𝗏𝗏. Dang, that's going to be a tough one. That's going to be tough for sure. After that, we have Super Smash Bros. Brawl versus Romance of the Three Kingdoms for Wall of Fire. Let me highlight it to double check. Did I get that right? I did. Hell yeah. It's all right, though, because Brawl swept it. So I won't have to say that other title ever again. Yeah, this one I could have seen coming from a million miles away. With or without literally either portion of it. The main game, maybe not so much. The Nightmare streams were a crazy ride. And I cannot wait to put those VODs up so people can actually see them again. After that, Ninja Gaiden versus Resident Evil The Darxide Chronicles. Darxide Chronicles wins with 80% of the vote. Yeah, I had a feeling that was happening too, and that makes perfect sense. So Super Smash Bros. Brawl versus Resident Evil The Darxide Chronicles in round 2. The round 2 matchups are going to be so much harder to vote on. I feel like round 1 is a lot of like separating the wheat from the chaff, and round 2 is going to be a bloodbath. Next up, we have Spyro Reignited Trilogy versus Mario Party 2. I wasn't sure how this one was going to go. Spyro wins it with 60% of the vote. Mario Party 2, we had 2 separate 99-turn games in there, but Reignited Trilogy pulls it out in the end. We had our E3 demo, which was pretty cool, I'll be honest with you. So that one moves on to the next one. And then in another instance of the torture is the point, we have Acorn Assault versus Death's Door, and Acorn Assault wins with 80% of the vote. Woof. So we will have Spyro Reignited Trilogy versus Acorn Assault in the next round. We also have Sonic Pinball Party versus Star Wars Arcade. And related to the above, but pointed at Jeff, Sonic Pinball Party wins with 90% of the vote. I mean, yeah. Which is wild because Star Wars Arcade is actually a very good game, the 32X game. But Pinball Party was certainly a pretty memorable time, for better or for worse. We have XCOM Enemy Within versus Tough Man Contest, and XCOM wins this one, 80% of the vote. I had a feeling it would be closer than that, if for no other reason than the absolute beatdown moments in Tough Man Contest. But there we go. The Sarah stream moves on. So Sonic Pinball Party versus XCOM Enemy Within in the next round. And that is all of the matches from Heat 5. So that's 64 more in the can. We have another 192 left to go before we've cleared out round 1, rather. But let's take a look at the standings. So we're 5 heats in. We have our standings to look at. As with previously, we have our 3 folks on the bottom who did not submit for the third bracket either. So we have Spoiler Goblin, TMNT Fan, and Hasty. Which is just a nickname. I don't actually know who that is. It was just a hasty prediction bracket as it was listed on the thing, and there was no name attached. But so I think they will be, at this point, we are pretty well clear that they're going to be staying at the bottom unless, like, it would have to be, I think it is essentially mathematically impossible for them not to be at the bottom by the end of this, just by virtue of how much crossover there probably is. But anyway, moving on up the ladder. In 14th place, we have Zim, who had a better showing to start off this round, getting 48 points, which was on par with the first bracket and better than the second bracket. So not bad there. We have 233 as the total at the moment, a max total of 1790. Above that in 13th place is me, who is still not doing great, but I am inching closer. I am inching closer to moving upward in this ladder. 248. I actually did pretty okay with 53 points to start this bracket, which is kind of in the middle of the pack. 248 in total, 1828 as the potential max. We'll see how that plays out. In 12th place, falling from 10th, we have Siran, who had not a great start for this bracket, one of the lower ones with 50 points. 50 right now, because of round 1, 50 points means 50 correct predictions out of the 64. So total of 251, a potential of 1855. The mid 1800s seems to be a pretty decent place to be. So while right now Siran's a little bit lower in the rankings, they have a lot of room to improve before the end of this. Above that, in 11th place, moving up from 12th, is Pepe, also getting 53 points this round, winding up with 253 in total, 1854 for the potential max. Just above that, we have the Deluxe, who also has 253 in total, also got 53 points to start the round, but has a slightly higher max left with 1875. Above that, in 9th place, dropping from 7th, we have Nanocarp, who had a pretty rough start to this one. It was the lowest score to start this bracket of 46 points. So we have 254, max total of 1802. So it'll be interesting to see what the next round has in store for Nano. This might be a little bit dangerous coming up. Same goes for Joe Body, who is up from 9th last time to 8th. Also got 53 points to start this one out, 259 for the current score, but also a max total of 1809. So we'll see how some of these play out. Moving up from 8th to 7th, we have DJ Glaceon, 52 points this time to make a total of 259. Potential total of 1880. A little above that. Actually, I say a little bit above that. There's a growing gap, it seems like. I guess it's not growing because they scored the exact same to start this out, but there's definitely like a little moat between our top 6 and the rest of us. Because next up in 6th place, even just dropping from 3rd, we have Panda123, who had an okay start here with 52 points. But has a total of 270, max total of 1867. The only reason that they fell from 3rd to 6th is that our top 5 all did quite well to start out this bracket. In 5th place, falling from 4th, we have Viral. Got 55 points to start this bracket out, has a total of 271 and a max total of 1916. Above that, we have, moving up from 6th place to 4th place, SD Hero, who got 58 out of 64 predictions right for this bracket, for this half of this bracket. So 273 for score, 1929 for the max potential score. I think that's actually the highest currently going. Above that, moving from 5th to 3rd, we have C-Dude, who also got 58 points to start this out. Total of 274, 1903 for a potential total. Looking pretty there. In 2nd place, we have Hoyota, who is staying in position from last time, 57 points. They got 278 for their total, 1862 for their max, and retaining the top slot from last time, we have Alksprit, who also got 57 points to start out this bracket, and has 281 for a total, the first one to clear 280 points, and a max total remaining, or a max total in general of 1915 points. So the competition's heating up. We're starting to see a little bit of separation here and there. Our top 6 are starting to feel a little bit separated from the 8 below them. And yeah, we're starting to see some schisms, some schisms forming. And this is just a reminder that if you have not already done so, head to challenge.com/grand. Oh my God, every time I stumble on it. grand_champion_4 to put in your predictions for the 4th bracket. This is the last full bracket prediction left in this competition. Please do not put in for the 4th one if you put in for the first 3. As of recording, 9 of the 14 predictions are in, and one of those is me. So the 5 of you that haven't, go and do that. But anyway, let's move on to the matchups for the 6th heat. And for that, I will throw it to an earlier version of me who thinks that I'm him from the next day. Hey, thanks, me from tomorrow. All right, our first match for the 6th heat is Furi versus Wonder Boy. So Furi is a game that we covered. Essentially, it became the first, I think it was the first You Do It series, where the premise was, it was kind of a running joke that, we would do, a game, whoever would be playing it, and then eventually someone would get frustrated, hand it over, say, here, you do it. And so I decided to make kind of a series of that. We haven't done a ton with that lately, just because we haven't had a lot of like free space and stuff. But it's a fun excuse to do like challenging games, challenging runs, that sort of thing. Technically, the Nightmare and the Dreamy Let's Play series is a sort of subset of You Do It. It's all going to fall under that banner. But so Furi is a game that, how do you even describe this? It's essentially a hack and slash bullet hell of sorts. It has a lot of the features of a bullet hell type game. It's essentially you're fighting a collection of, I think, 9 bosses in a row as you're trying to escape from this abstract prison place. There are like secrets and things, not a ton of them, but there's a few little secrets here and there. I played through this. I think we made each boss was an episode, and like most of them went relatively well. They were pretty tough. 1 or 2 kind of caught me off guard, and I had to, really take some time with. But the real interesting stuff came at the end. After beating the game, there was a bonus fight against a character called the Flame. And this one took basically as long as the final boss of the game did, something like 30, 40 minutes, something like that. And then that unlocked another bonus fight against a character called Bernard. And that one, I think, took me like 3 hours to beat. Literally, I just sat there and kept playing, and people kind of came and went actively in the room while I was doing this. It was a fun time, really hard. I don't know that I've really properly scratched that same itch since. It was a really good experience, and it was a lot of fun to do. And I do like boss fight games where like the whole premise is you're fighting bosses. I do like more action or platformy type bullet hell as opposed to like a shoot 'em up bullet hell. I like ones where it's more physicsy, I guess. I don't really know how else to put that. But it was a really, really good time. I think it's just the 11 episodes in total. On the other side, we have Wonder Boy. Wonder Boy is the first in the Wonder Boy series / Monster World series. It's also the first game that I played as part of the Wondrous Let's Play. This one is basically just an arcade game. I don't remember. I think this was originally an arcade game, and it also came out, I think, on like the Master System or something. But it's not quite side scroll. It's side scrolling in the way that like Mario 1 is side scrolling, where you can freely move to the right, but you can't go back to the left once you've gone there. And your health is always ticking down. Health and time are all sort of the same thing. So that's always like ticking down. So you have to find ways to keep that up, usually by way of like picking up food items and the like. If you touch any enemy, I'm trying to remember, I think if you touched any enemy, you just die. And there's like a few obstacles that only do damage instead of kill you outright. This one was not as ridiculous as Wonder Boy Monster Lair, but it still wound up being a very expensive game in the sense that I did my calculations on how much it would have cost me to, if I had to pay a quarter, I think it was like, or 75 cents every time I game overed, and then multiplied that for, I think the last stage for this also sent you back to the beginning. And I want to say it cost like, I don't know, it would have been a little under $100 or something. I don't remember it. I meant to check before I did this, but it's a cute little game. It's not very long, just a couple hours. And then I think I did one more at the end that did the entire run because I think, because there's secret little, I think, statues or something in every stage. And if you get them all, you get the actual final level of the game and the final boss and all of that. So I had to do that because I missed some earlier, not realizing that was the case. But yeah, so Furi versus Wonder Boy. All right, up after that, we have Birds and Seeds versus Nidhogg. Birds and Seeds is a game we played as part of OUYA Oh No. If I recall correctly, this is one where you play as a pixelated. It kind of looks like a chicken almost, but it's some kind of bird, and you're hopping around trying to get seeds while a like sniper scope reticle or rifle reticle or something is aiming at you and trying to shoot you. It didn't seem like a very difficult game. It also didn't look very good. They did the classic blunder when it comes to a retro-styled game where you've got mismatched pixel density. Most of the game used a pretty chunky pixel, except for the sight, the like sniper sight reticle was like pretty crisp, so it really stood out as being kind of odd there. Not a lot to say about this one. It was not a very involved game. You move a lot better than the sniper scope does, so it's not that hard to evade for long periods. On the other side, we have Nidhogg, which I just spent a literal like 5 minutes trying to double check the pronunciation because I'm curious, and it turns out the English version is essentially just Nidhogg. The Norse one is like Nidhogg or something like that. But regardless, this is one that we played for the games as the fencing event. It was actually, if I recall correctly, I don't remember if it was. I think it was the first event that aired, and I think it was also the first event we recorded. I'm fairly sure it's the first one that we did at all. And this was one where I want to say Jeff wound up showing John like how the game works just generally. And then John wound up stumbling ass backwards into some really wild techniques and tactics. And I think he won the whole thing. I don't remember for sure, but interesting little game. The 1-player mode and 2-player mode. Like 1-player mode, you're up against enemy AI. 2-player mode, you're both, chasing each other, trying to get to the furthest end so you can jump into and be swallowed by the world serpent. Cute game, one that does the pixel thing correctly, if I recall. And yeah, in both cases it was a one-off. And always, for the games we had Tori as our commentator for that. So shout out Tori. And yeah, you can check those both out in the attachments. So Birds and Seeds versus Nidhogg. All right, then after that we have Mario Brothers versus Darxide. So Mario Brothers is a game we played for the NES Classic Edition. It was myself and I think Jeff and Ben. I think they wound up being the ones to play for this episode. What can be said about Mario Brothers? So this is, to be clear, this is not the platforming, like the classic platforming game Super Mario Brothers. This is the like arcade competitive. It's the one where you're in the sewers the entire time, and there's not Koopa Troopas, but I was about to say shell creepers. I think it's shell creepers. And you've got your little crab guys, the side steppers, I think is the names of those. Fun little game. There's no reason to even talk about it because everybody, I think, knows this game. It's been brought back as like a bonus mode in like 100 different games, including Mario Brothers 3. I think Mario 3 is the one that includes it, where if you cross over where somebody's little icon is on the map, they can pull you into a battle, and if they win, then they get to take their turn instead, which is a cute little competitive element to it. On the other side, we have Darxide. So this is one we played for the complete 32X. It started out okay. Like, it started out like a pretty crisp and clean game. But it definitely had a lot of lag, a lot of framey issues. It's kind of a weird presentation, too. The UI is strange because it looks like the UI of, like, being inside the cockpit, but it's a third-person view. So you've got this, like, cockpit-style border going on, and then your ship is in the middle of the screen in front of that, and you're doing things. And I think this is the one where we got lost because you just, like, you can swing your ship around really hard. It's a space shooter, but you can swing it around, and there's huge planets and things that you can kind of, like, navigate with, and one of being kind of easy to get lost there. I think that one was CJ and Lindsay that were there for that one. But yeah, I recall the space shooter is not wowing me much on the 32X, but for both of these being console plays, they're both just one episode apiece. So you can check those out by heading into the attachments on challenge.com/grand_champion_3. It's down here. It's not above me. That'll be fun to remember during editing. Anyway, Mario Brothers versus Darxide. All right, next up we have Kid Icarus versus Kingdom Hearts Recoded. So Kid Icarus is one that we played for the NES Classic Edition. This one I think was myself and Jeff. This one is, I mean, if you've never played it, it's a really tough little platforming game. You play as Pit. I think nowadays people probably literally just know Pit through Smash Brothers more than anything else. He's platforming. He's got a little bow and arrow situation. Lots of scary, like almost Castlevania-like things attacking him in Angel Land, I think. Tough game. We played it for like a pretty normal amount of time, but I feel like we didn't get very far at all with this one. And then on the other side, we have Kingdom Hearts Recoded, which so I played this solo on stream. And it was only like 4 streams. It's not a very long game at all. This is the one where everyone gets sucked into a book that is also a computer, that is also worlds. And then also the book becomes Riku, and everyone goes inside Riku, and there's another Riku inside. But none of them are Riku. They're the book. Yeah, I think that's actually accurate. Also, Sora is fully artificial for this, I believe. It's an artificial. It's Data Sora is the name that they give to him. This is like the 4th time they have you essentially replay Kingdom Hearts 1 in this series, because there's Kingdom Hearts 1, then there's Chain of Memories, where you are literally in Sora's memories of the locations and events of Kingdom Hearts 1. One could argue, I'm trying to remember if 358/2 uses any areas from Kingdom Hearts 2 beyond the world that never was, or if it's all Kingdom Hearts 1. And then Recoded, which is a data version of Kingdom Hearts 1. Yeah. But after I played this, we did a D-pad and chill of the... I'm trying to remember if they actually did a proper full animation or if it was just slideshow mode. But Jeff and Sarah and I sat and we watched through Recoded from the, I think, 2.5 final mix or 2.5 HD remix collection. Which, yeah, I mean, Recoded is kind of frustrating because it's a game where the plot, literally the plot was never meant to matter until the absolute last second, where they suddenly decided, like Tetsuya Nomura and company decided at the last second that actually let's make it make sense. And so they put, like, literally, I think it wouldn't have mattered at all, except that Data Sora gives Mickey a message for the real Sora, I think. And this, I want to say this is where Maleficent and Pete, I've got a well, all right, I won't go any further with that. There's stuff with Maleficent and Pete, and I have an interesting theory, not having played Kingdom Hearts 3 or watched Union Cross or Dark Road yet as of the recording of this, and I have a theory about how some stuff ties together, but that's for another day. Recoded, not very long altogether, and you could really get away with either the game or the HD remix kind of animatic and slideshow type version. They both tell the same story. Yeah. I'm actually trying to remember. Oh, because the original Coded was a mobile game. That's what it was. I was like, what was the original Coded then? And I want to say the original Coded is almost exactly the same as Recoded ultimately was. There's like very, very, very tiny differences, but otherwise it's basically the same. So, Kid Icarus versus Kingdom Hearts Recoded. All right, up after that we have The Legend of Zelda: A Link to the Past Randomizer versus Everhood, an ineffable tale of the inexpressible divine moments of truth, I think is the full title. Everhood. So we'll start with A Link to the Past Randomizer. So this, I think, was the first randomizer that I'd ever done. And one of the lessons that was taken away from doing this and later on the Wind Waker randomizer Actually, maybe I'm trying to think if for the Wind Waker randomizer I did have a thing. I did not use a tracker for Link to the Past randomizer, which was a huge mistake. It didn't wind up being like the worst problem. It took me about 10 hours to beat. I don't remember the settings I had for it. John was there for some of it, but not all of it. But I had a really good time with it. I've only ever done it once as just its own thing on its own, not like merged with Super Metroid or something else. And ironically, I've done enough Link to the Past randomizers with other stuff now that I don't know that I would do just a vanilla, just a solo, I guess, Link to the Past randomizer at this point. But I don't know, maybe I would. It might be a nice like palate cleanser sometime, but at this point I think it's almost too simple. Not like in the sense of like it's too easy, but in the sense that it's not like there's not enough things going on in terms of like the weirdness of it. Like it would still be difficult to get through some of that stuff, I'm sure, but I like the kind of chaos of having, 2 or 3 or however many games merged in there and you're trying to handle them all at the same time or something. So fun time though. It was a good time. On the other side, we have Everhood. Can I remember the subtitle? An ineffable tale of the inexpressible divine moments of truth. Is it moments or moment? An ineffable tale of the inexpressible divine moments of truth. Yeah, no, I was correct. Okay. So Everhood. This is a game that I played. I think I played it in 2020. Maybe it was after that. 2022. Okay, I'm way off. But I definitely remember that I played it after Undertale because it felt like the graphical style was very Undertale, but for some reason in my brain it was reading as like horror for some reason, which is very interesting considering what the game actually reveals itself to be. But there's one, I guess you could call it a jump scare. Early into the game, you reach a sort of hub zone, and while you're walking around, I think there's like a thunder strike, a lightning strike, and the screen lights up with all of these, essentially 𝗤𝗔𝗣𝗧𝗘𝗥, from Undertale / I think 𝗤𝗘𝗟𝗏. I haven't played 𝗤𝗘𝗟𝗏 yet, but my understanding is 𝗤𝗘𝗧 in there too. Which I also learned some interesting lore outside of Undertale and 𝗤𝗘𝗏 about recently, but that's its own thing. But it was so sudden, and I was so on edge after that like I just kept assuming some other bad shit was going to happen. But it's so odd. I think part of it is I don't remember how much music is in the game. I could swear there's some areas where it's just ambient sound. But you're traveling around and you're meeting all these people and it's very Undertale coded, but something feels wrong the whole time. And I don't want to spoil what is essentially a twist ending, because I think it does. I don't remember if it's a twist ending or if you kind of figure it out halfway through, but it was an interesting game to play through. I have not played Everhood 2 yet. I would like to. I would really like to do that sometime. That might be a stream somewhere down the line when I want to mix it up a little bit. My hair, I'm very sweaty today. It's very warm, and I don't want to run the AC because it'll be loud. So I get to have my hair look real. It's not too bad actually. It's a little strandy, but that's all right. I'm just making it worse. Yeah, look at this. Oh no, terrible call. Why am I doing this to myself? Oh, that's different. All right, whatever. We're gonna roll with it. If I can just get that a little bit. No. Get out of there. No, asshole. Good enough. Everhood is very good. I would recommend everybody play it. It has a few different gameplay styles that wind up in there over time. There's some very cute and charming character moments. And the ending may catch you off guard a little bit. It caught me off guard a little bit. And 2 years into COVID, it definitely was a big pill to swallow. There was some stuff that was tough to grapple with at the time. I would actually like to play it again now-ish just to be able to re-experience that outside of that framing. But yeah, very good game. Hopefully I'll play the sequel sometime soon. A Link to the Past Randomizer versus Everhood. All right, now we got some Kirby games up on the block. We have Kirby Superstar Ultra versus Team Kirby Clash Deluxe. I feel like I start every single one of these by scratching my nose because I swear there's like a hair on the end of this mic, and I bring it up here and it goes tickle, tickle, tickle right there. Superstar Ultra. So this is the DS remake of the Super Nintendo Classic, Kirby Superstar. We played this normally as part of the Dreamy Let's Play. Went through every single mode of the game. I think I think the only stuff we didn't do, I don't know if we did, because I think Superstar Ultra is the one that's like whatever the F one is. The one where you play as your buddies to do the arena. I don't think we did that one all the way. It's coming up, actually, I think it might be next in the Nightmare streams when we're back into those, and I'm going to be doing both arenas with no abilities, and then, not in then, but in addition, if we didn't do the, I keep want to say friend to foe, I don't think that's right. Whatever that mode is, or friend to hero or something like that, we will clear that. I'll 100% that one. And then I wound up playing it again for the 11th anniversary marathon stream where I did a speed run of it. I think it was a little under 5 hours for the whole thing. I've played Superstar a lot, and Superstar Ultra, while it does have new stuff, does not have like earth-shatteringly new stuff. It's mostly, here's the modes you've already done, but there's harder versions of it. Like literally Spring Breeze gets Revenge of the King, which is functionally just Spring Breeze's version of the extra game to Kirby's Dream Land. But yeah, it was a fun thing to do. And, you know, maybe sometime we'll do another Superstar speed run of some kind, because I love that game, and it's not a super huge one either. Team Kirby Clash Deluxe. So this is one that we also played as part of the Dreamy Let's Play. So this is the 3DS game where you can have up to 4 players doing individual battles against enemies. It's the one that's set in like a fantasy land. I think it's called the Dream Kingdom. And you have you pick your power, you pick your like costume type stuff that's going on. It's the one where you have to use gem apples as sort of stamina. It's very mobile game coded, but you can also just buy. I think you can buy a bunch of gem apples, but you can also buy essentially the ability to get more gem apples. And I will say, after we finished that game, because I knew that I was going to be coming back to it for Nightmare streams later, and that's going to be a ways away, I started turning the game on every day for like at least weeks, if not months, because every 12 hours when you go into the main lobby, you get more gem apples, which you can use to do more fights. And if I don't do that, then we're never, ever, ever going to finish that game, because some of those fights will take a lot of them. It was cute, though. It was a fun time. Looking forward to getting back into it. So, yeah, 2 handheld Kirby experiences. Kirby Superstar Ultra versus Team Kirby Clash Deluxe. Okay, up after that we have The Legend of Zelda: A Link to the Past for the Barcode Battler 2 versus Wario Land 4. So, A Link to the Past for the Barcode Battler. This one's tricky because it's not exactly a Zelda game. It's not exactly I guess it's a game. It's more like a licensed card pack for a card battling system. So the Barcode Battler 2, it's essentially, so I don't know a lot about competitive card game type stuff. I played Pokemon cards when I was a kid, and I've dabbled here and there since. I played a tiny bit of Magic, and that's literally it. I am loosely familiar with like Yu-Gi-Oh! And my understanding of this system is that it's somewhere in the ballpark of a Yu-Gi-Oh! Type system in terms of its statistics, not in terms of the battle format, but essentially you have these cards, you scan them into like they have a barcode, you scan them into the device, and then like you have a left and a right that are fighting against each other. And they duke it out. I forget if it's even 1 or 2 player of a game. It's probably 2 player, and you just like build up your decks and you do a thing there. It was neat. It was a little chintzy thing. It was a Japanese toy. I don't believe this came out in the US at all. So we were kind of just guessing the whole time. We did not really understand what we were doing, and there was not a lot of resources for it. It was part of our Zelda Electronic Games video that we did to kick off A Terrible Fate, or it was right near the beginning of it anyway. Wario Land 4 is one that I did as a stream as part of Super Mario Wariothon. The second to last game between Wario Land 3 and Wario Land Shake It. Wario Land 4 is the part where I feel like Wario Land started to fall off a little bit. I like 3. I love 1 and the Virtual Boy game. I like 2 and I like 3 for different reasons. It's a little bit hard to explain there. Once you get to 4, something about, I don't know what it is. I think it's because you've got like bonus areas that are all basically the same look. Like it's almost like Donkey Kong Country bonus levels. It's, I don't know. The emphasis starts to get a little bit more focused on like Rube Goldberg type chaining of things. And like, I understand that this is also like this is the specific game that wound up inspiring like Anton Blast and Pizza Tower and a few other games like those. But I don't know, something about it just never really, like, I do enjoy it, but like, I don't know, something about it just never felt quite right. It's also, in a charming way, I will admit, a very ugly game. The art for Wario is fucking grotesque. I don't know why, but they make him hideous for so many of his sprites in this game. And some of that is also just the result of doing scaling and rotations on the Game Boy Advance using, there's a name for it. It's essentially, it's not aliased at all. Or sorry, it is aliased. It's not anti-aliased. So everything's got this very like crisp pixelation to it, which winds up making everything look like strange and distorted when you start rotating it around and stuff. I wouldn't be surprised if that's part of the reason that the aesthetic of Anton Blast and Pizza Tower are the way they are. Also, the sound font for this game is all over the place. Some of it sounds fine. Some of it sounds terrible. Some of the songs in this game are bad. And I got so sick of glong, 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 like all the ticking clocks and chimes and stuff. And then that same time to get back to the start music every single time. It got really old. I don't know why I have such a strong dislike for it. I don't hate it, but like, and there are things I like about it, but there's just also a lot of stuff I don't like about it. But yeah, did a stream for that. So you can check the attachments for that. The Legend of Zelda: Link to the Past Barcode Battler 2 versus Wario Land 4. All right, then after that we have Super Mario Sunshine versus X-Men. Super Mario Sunshine, this is one that we played for our 8th anniversary marathon stream. At the time, we weren't like making a big specific event out of anniversary streams. I think we loosely did for the 9th, but the 10th was where we started being like, let's actually start making this like a thing. But for the 8th, we decided to play Super Mario Sunshine. This was myself as well as Sarah and Jeff and Ben. We did a bunch of stuff for this. I think this is the stream where we had a donation incentive, or a bit incentive rather, to squirt me in the face with a water gun. We had a little tiny water gun and squirt me in the face. It felt right. It felt like it was appropriate for what we were doing there. Oh God, my computer is doing a bunch of stuff in the middle of this. That's fantastic. So it's a fun time. Mario Sunshine's great. There was an actual Mario Sunshine speedrunner that showed up a handful of hours in to give some pointers, which was great. I was down for that. It was great to have folks dropping in and all that. This is also the one where I repeatedly wound up just barely kicking random fruits into the water. One time was a durian that got, and those are bouncy in this game. They fly all over the place. But then there was another where I had bananas to give to Yoshi, and they just like happened to skid and bounce and like bank shot into the water while we watched. It was hilarious. It's one of our more popular Twitch clips, actually. We also played X-Men. So this was another 32X prototype that we played for the complete 32X. This is essentially, so this one is it almost looks like, is it Mortal Kombat Anthology? The one that's, there's a Sub-Zero game in Mortal Kombat. You play as Sub-Zero, and it's the same type of sprites as Mortal Kombat, but you're playing it as an adventure game, like an action adventure, like side-scrolling beat 'em up with platforming and stuff. It's not a very good game, but this one almost looks like that, except the sprites are digitized 3D models. It's hard to tell if they are fully CGI or if they are claymation. And there's also like a depth thing going on. So like you'll press, I think you press up or down, you kind of like move closer to the screen. It's not handled in a very clean way. And the controls I recall as being not very good. It's like the mind, literally you might actually see it right here, because there was box art that I think that this is box art that was being made for it. It's like X-Men Mind. I was going to say Mind Eraser. That's not right. But like it had a... It's not... I don't think it's 100% certain that the name that's on here was going to be the final name or whatever, but there is internal data that does suggest that this would have been the final name. I hope I'm pointing in the right direction. I think I am. We only played it for a few minutes, so that one's easy to check out. Mario Sunshine was, I forget if that was the full 24 hours. That might have been like 20-ish hours. Yeah, it wasn't our first marathon stream. I believe the year before, in 2018, I think we did Super Mario Odyssey for Extra Life as our first marathon stream. And that's the one where I was hoping to submit it as a speed run, knowing I was doing terrible in terms of time, but I wanted to do it anyway. And then like 15 hours in, we had our entire neighborhood had a blackout, and it threw the whole thing off. But yeah, Super Mario Sunshine versus X-Men. After that, we have Spyro the Dragon versus Kirby and the Forgotten Land. So Spyro the Dragon, this is one that we played as part of the Spyro pre-ignited trilogy. Which is not a great name. It was a playoff of Spyro Reignited Trilogy, which was announced and had not yet come out as we were doing this. And the idea was like, oh, this is before that. And it's like, how about, wouldn't that just make it an Ignited Trilogy? I don't know. But regardless, Spyro 1 is sort of a basic game. It's fine. Like, it's a fun enough game, but you can tell that this came out in the very early days of 3D collectathons. It might have been one of the earliest, actually. And what I mean by that is, like, there was extremely little to do in this game other than fight enemies, collect gems. That was almost the entire game. There were bosses, there were egg thieves, there was a little bit of other stuff to do, but by and large, that was kind of everything. Oh, and I think you freed dragons too was the other thing. But yeah, there wasn't a ton happening. Both 2 and 3 expanded a lot on the idea of Spyro, and I think they did a much better job of it. Spyro 1 definitely leaves you wanting more in a not necessarily good way. But fortunately, if you then followed up with Spyro 2, you are very satisfied with what you have there. I found that Spyro 1, I think this was the case for the other ones too, but Spyro 1 in particular, partly because there wasn't so much going on, I felt like my mind wandered a lot. And because of that, because it was hard to like literally focus on the game, I found that I was getting very nauseous as we played the Spyro games. I think a lot of earlier 3D games, if they have that like anti-aliased kind of fuzz going on, they tend to do that. It happens to be with a handful of GameCube games too. It happened to be with Kirby Air Ride. And I think that's my guess, is just that like the weird fuzziness just does something to my head, but it made it tricky, we'll say, to get through some of those. But I think Sarah was in the driver's seat for all of the Spyro ones, minus maybe little blips here and there. And I don't remember. I think Jeff might have been there for Jeff, and maybe Peter also might have been there for here and there parts of it. On the other side, we have Kirby and the Forgotten Land. I think as of right now, the most recent like non-spin-off Kirby game, Kirby Air Riders being a sequel, successor, borderline remake of Kirby Air Ride, being a spin-off of it, which does mean we're probably kind of due for like a real I guess not including remakes. I think Kirby's Return to Dreamland Deluxe also came out after Forgotten Land. But we played this, I think it was back in 2022. Grand old game. I think Lindsay actually played for a chunk of it. It's strange how different it actually does feel. It feels very similar and very different at the same time from a lot of Kirby games. It's a game where Kirby can't fly forever because it would just break the game if you could. The pace is generally slower. Like Kirby feels like he moves a lot slower than he does in other games. Boss battles are a lot less you got to do these dodgy things, then you get like 10 hits and you're good. It feels a lot more like you got to really just do a lot of damage to get through this. Just tons of hits, tons of stuff. We did eventually get through it all, and then last year, Nintendo wound up releasing the Nintendo Switch 2 edition for Kirby and the Forgotten Land, which added Star-Crossed World as DLC content. And in this one, there are, I'm going to call them Heart Stars. I forget what they actually were called. But these like crystal star heart things came down and started affecting levels. So you could choose to do the Star-Crossed World variant of a level, and it would be like different in different ways. Some levels were only a little bit affected. Some of them were drastically affected. And in some cases it deviates like instantly. This eventually led to a new final boss. Once you collected enough of the little whatever, I forget what you were collecting there. And I think I got through that with like basically no health left on my second try. That shit is hard. I'm going to have a very difficult time doing the arenas for that in the Nightmare streams. Charming game. I do miss the more traditional 2D type Kirby games. I would like to see another 3D Kirby game happen at some point, maybe a little bit faster paced, and a little bit more open explorable. These games, at first, I think everybody sort of assumed Kirby and the Forgotten Land was going to be more of an open world type experience. It really isn't. It's still a linear stage driven experience. It's very Mario 3D Land in its execution, as opposed to like a Mario Odyssey type thing. I would like to see an open world attempt with Kirby. I think you could do some interesting things with that. Or you could do another one like this, and I think I would enjoy that as well. Same goes for a 2D Kirby, but I'm very interested to see what they come up with next. So Spyro the Dragon versus Kirby and the Forgotten Land. Next up, we have The Legend of Zelda, The Wind Waker Randomizer versus The Forgotten City. So Wind Waker Randomizer, this was either the second or third, I think it was the second randomizer that I'd done. If I had a tracker, it wasn't on screen, I checked. But this one, rather famously, was all over the place RNG-wise, where I want to say I both got... I think I wound up with like either a mostly or fully upgraded Master Sword within the first stream of 5, but then proceeded to have horrendous seed luck going forward to the point where I believe... by the time I finally found the last Triforce piece to go to Sunken Hyrule, I only had like 4 other potential item drop locations in the entire game. Like it took until the last possible moment to be able to actually finish this. I honestly may as well have just 100% of the game at that point for the hell of it. It was an interesting experience. I now know I really need a tracker and I really need to like have it on screen so other people can see it too. And I also know that my luck with seeds will always be terrible. On the other side, we have The Forgotten City. This was a game that Dave streamed at least a bit of. He did 2 streams. I don't know if it was the full thing. This was a game that started as a Skyrim mod and then spun off to become its own game. And the idea is you're playing as a character who stumbles across a portal into an ancient Roman city, I believe. which is different from the mod, but it's very similar, where the citizens are under the protection of some kind of god who, if anyone commits a sin or violates a law or what have you, then all of the citizens will be turned into gold as punishment. It's referred to as the golden rule. And you can like go back to like undo and not screw up and stuff like that. I don't know any more about the game than that, but it is only 2 streams, so it would be easy to go and take a look at that if you haven't seen it yet. So you can check out the attachments on the challenge page. I don't have much more to say about it. So The Legend of Zelda: The Wind Waker Randomizer versus the Forgotten City. All right, after that we have The Legend of Zelda: Ocarina of Time Randomizer versus Space Harrier. Ocarina of Time Randomizer. So this is one that we've done a few times. I did one solo back at the end of 2018. This one took a handful of streams. This one took a while to get through. I think this is the first time I wound up doing like the water temple with no Zora tunic. I don't know that I did the fire temple without a Goron tunic, but starting a trend of going through Ocarina randomizers and just fully bypassing how the game kind of wants you to do stuff in terms of your like equipment loadout. We then came back to it in 2024, and this was a 4-player multi-world randomizer with myself, 𝗏𝗏𝗧𝗏, 𝗏𝗘𝗟𝗘𝗏, and so on. And we wound up learning a lot more in there. I wound up doing a ton of speedrun glitch techs by the time we were done there, to the point where there is an entire video in this playlist that is just me learning and executing glitch techs on the fly to try to get to checks while I was BK'd. Because I was BK'd for something like 20 hours of that run. The entire series, we did 13 streams, all of which were around 4 hours long. Some of them were a little bit shorter, but there were 14 streams, but this was like 50 hours of Ocarina of Time in the end, and I was BK'd for about half of that time. So I learned a lot of glitch techs. It was a good time, though. Ocarina of 4 Swords is what we called it. I made a fun logo for it and everything. And then last year, Shad and I did one again, and this one we called Ocarina of Space Time, where this one was a multi-world item and entrance randomizer, and we cranked the difficulty about as hard as it would go, to the point where I think crates and vases and like pottery and stuff were also potential locations for things to drop. So it was basically just like, where can we find the shed, the Hyrule Castletown shed full of pots and boxes. This is one that we actually wound up restarting because of an issue with the server that we were running it through, where it just dropped our game entirely, so we had to start over. And then the second time through, I thought that I was BK'd almost instantly, but I learned something while doing this. As it turns out, and this really wouldn't matter in a vanilla game, but it certainly matters for an entrance randomizer. If you go into the Gerudo hideout, like if you're in one of the, I think, 6 areas that are like the indoor locations of the thieves hideout, not the dungeon, not the mini dungeon, but the like area where you have the 4 carpenters as prisoners. If you're in any of those areas and you save and quit, when you reload the game, you'll be at a specific entrance of a specific one of those. You'll be at one of the entrances of one of the hallways in my head, I remember them as hallways 1 through 4, and then there's 2 others, and 1 through 4 being each of the 4 carpenters in their jail cells have torches in the room, and the number of torches changes for each of them. There's one room with 1 torch, one with 2, one with 3, one with 4. It will warp you to the entrance of the hallway that contains carpenter number 1. When I played this with Shad, I did not have access to the hallway with carpenter number 1. I had access to, let's see if I can remember this. So there was the Gerudo Valley. I couldn't get to the other side of the gate. The the only exits that I had were the exit that normally goes to the Gerudo. I say Gerudo Valley for that. It's the Gerudo town, wherever the hideout is. Going out the main exit that normally goes to like the river and the like ravine and all of that, instead went to behind King Zora in Zora's domain. So I was locked in there. So the only exits I had were to the doors that I could reach, which was like 4 of them in the various like Gerudo hideout areas. One of them was a shop. One of them I think was Bombchu Bowling. One of them was a Gerudo hideout that exited, I think, to a different door in that same area. And I forget what the last one was. But essentially, there was no visible way out at all. And we had included the various notes for the ocarina in the item pool, as well as the songs. So we were under the assumption for most of that stream that the only way I was going to exit there was to learn any warp song and to learn a warp song and have Shad, and Shad had to find all of these. Shad had to find a warp song for me and ocarina for me, because there's 2, because it was progressive, and I would need each of the notes for the warp song in order to escape. Which, as we later found out at the very end of it, was not going to happen, because literally no combination of that would matter was reachable by Shad without me leaving. And I think some of those were in my game also. But eventually we figured this out. Eventually we kept going. We did get through it. It was a lot, but I would be down for doing another entrance randomizer. That was a very unique way of doing that. And it really changes a lot of the calculus of how you handle navigation, because you do have to keep it straight in your head, like where you're actually going. Some cool stuff. I thought it was a fun time. Space Harrier. So this was when we played for the Complete 32X. This was not the first. We played Space Harrier 2 already as part of the Sega Genesis Mini. But so Space Harrier had a 32X port. And it's Space Harrier, man. This is where, not this one specifically, Space Harrier 2 is where it came from, but continuation of the like joke that we had, because that's just the sound that our guy makes every time he dies. Very fast-paced, very frenetic, and just a mile-a-minute action game. Jeff and I did that one. It was a fun time. Space Harrier, I think, is also included as a secret mode in the version of Space Harrier 2 that is on the Sega Genesis Mini 2. But I don't know that it's a separate game. I think it's just included within Space Harrier 2, but I don't remember for sure. But The Legend of Zelda Ocarina of Time Randomizer versus Space Harrier. Then after that, we have Super C versus WWF WrestleMania, the arcade game. So Super C is a confusingly named, it's Contra. For the NES, I think it's like the 4th Contra game or something, because I think literally Contra 1, 2, and 3 were all also for the NES. I think I might be mistaken. It's a Contra game. Action, lots of enemies, lots of shooting, big guys with big guns. I think this one was Ben and I that played through this. It's a tough game. Contra has never been an easy one. And on the flip side, I don't have a lot to say about it. It's not that it's a bad game or even a bad video, but just it's always tough when it's like, all right, everybody knows Contra, everybody knows Mario. And we have WWF WrestleMania, the arcade game. This is one that we had myself and CJ and Felice and Jeff for. This game that we played for the Complete 32X feels like the game that all WWF, WWE games are ultimately sort of aspiring to be. It has a bit of realism. It has a bit of cartooniness. It's got that Mortal Kombat, like rotoscope, digitized sprite situation going on. It handles stuff in a very silly way. He played as Doink the Clown, and like he goes to like slap someone, and his hand gets huge. Like there's a silliness to it that you don't really get in a lot of other wrestling games. And I don't know, it made it a lot more fun. There was a lot, and like just absolute chaos. You'll have like a Royal Rumble style match, and there's just people all over the ring. Everybody's beating the crap out of each other. It was a really fun time, actually. But both of these were part of console play, so they're just one video, so they'd be easy to go and check out if you're so inclined. So Super C versus WWF WrestleMania, the arcade game. After this, we have Super Smash Bros. Ultimate versus TimeSplitters Future Perfect. Smash Ultimate. Holy cow, took a while to get here. So this is one that we played in a few different ways, a few different times. Our first exposure to it was actually playing it at E3 2018, where John and I got literally just like grabbed out of I think we were technically in line for Smash. They had a line for, I think it was for Smash Ultimate, to just try it out a little bit, but they were grabbing folks who played a lot of Smash and just kind of pulled us off to the side, went through a totally different way, and there was a tournament. And they were just doing rolling matches. You had 2 rounds of 4-player matches where you had to be in the top 2, and then a third where you had to win a 4-way match. And then the 2 winners of that third round would go up against each other on stage in front of everybody with a live, like, esports style commentary. It was a grand old time. I actually included in the E3 video that we did for this, because I thought about it. I'm like, what time were we there? And what time were the live presentations happening for Nintendo Treehouse? And it turns out that we were literally on camera in the background for Nintendo Treehouse Live for E3 2018. So it's in the video because I was wearing my bright pink PlayStation shirt that day. It was hot as fuck outside, so it was my thinnest shirt. So, but yeah, I could be seen from a mile away. And I wound up getting on stage. I won my 3 matches and went up against someone else. I played as Little Mac. He played as Cloud, and he kicked my ass. I did go the distance. I got him down to his final stock before I went down. But yeah, no, Little Mac struggles with recovery, and Cloud, just anytime I wasn't on top of me, was charging. So it really made it a tough battle. First prize was a gold. It wasn't gold. It was like brass Smash Brothers medallion. And second place, I literally am looking at it, but I can't reach it. It's about 10 feet away. Was a like flat brim Smash Brothers cap, which I still have. It's a sharp looking hat. It was a great time. And then the game came out, and we did a Let's Play of it. We did World of Light for 100 episodes, and then we did a handful more doing DLC. We would do like an episode covering each of the DLC fighters, as well as the Sephiroth challenge, and just doing a few other like unlocks and things in the game. We also played it once when Nights into Dreams was having trouble. When we were having trouble streaming Nights into Dreams the first time. I wound up bailing on that and going into doing just Smash Ultimate matches with folks in chat. And that was a really good time too. So yeah, we will be returning to it for Nightmare in the Dreamy Let's Play. But Ultimate was a great time. And I'm looking forward to seeing what Smash 6 has in store for us whenever that gets announced. I wouldn't be surprised if it got announced next year. We got Star Fox and Zelda this year. We're getting Pokemon next year, but we already had it announced. So I wouldn't be surprised if Smash and or Kirby would make sense as a big reveal next year, but we'll see. Maybe big is not necessarily correct for Kirby, but like still like a reveal. TimeSplitters Future Perfect. So this is one we played for the second games. This was the curling event. We did the Brass Monkeys mode, which is literally just straight up curling, but with like a silly aesthetic to it. We had Ween and Squishy from Ape Arcade as the commentators for that, which was great. Big shout out to Ape Arcade, good friends of ours. And it was a fun time. It was cool to do that. This was, I think, the match that made me realize I needed to be I needed to be ultra specific with how I wrote down rules for everybody, because usually everyone was playing these separately and it would be spliced together to look like it was heads up matches. But for any possibility of there being a tie, I need to have a good means of getting tiebreakers handled quickly. But that neither here nor there. You learn stuff by doing it, but it was still a fun time, and it gave me a lot of good ideas going forward. But yeah, so Super Smash Bros. Ultimate with like 120 episodes versus TimeSplitters Future Perfect, which has just the one. All right, next up we have Whispering Willows versus Metroid Samus Returns. So Whispering Willows, this was a game we played fairly early into OUYA Oh No. It is I was going to say side-scrolling. That's not really quite right, but it's a side perspective. I'm not sure if it's intended to be a Metroidvania, but it's sort of an exploration game. And over time, you unlock these like kind of spirit powers that your character has imbued within them that you like kind of learn and unleash over time in order to navigate and like open things and you know all of that, you know, good exploratory stuff. This was one, I think it was myself and Sarah and Ben. We had a really good time with it. Ben straight up was like, at the end of the episode, is like, so I'm going to go home and buy this. Cause I think it was also on Steam. I'm not 100% sure on that. I think it was also on Steam. And we played the demo for it. What was fascinating to find out after the fact, because we did not know this going in. We did not know this by the time we got through the game. By the time we gave it the gold crown for a while. It was our top game for quite a while. Apparently, so you all know Dave Lopez, literally I think the friend that I've had the longest that I still talk to on a regular basis. Him and I have known each other since, oh my God, 2004, I believe. So 22 years, Jesus Christ. So who I'm going to shout him out. He's handling the visual design for Gemini X, a Metroidvania that it's got some clear Mega Man DNA in some of the visual aesthetics there as well. It looks so fucking sharp. I can't wait for this game to come out. His partner, Catton Arthur, was actually the audio and sound designer for Whispering Willows, and I'm going to shout them out as well. They did I think they did music, and they might have also done voice acting direction, I think. They did a lot of audio-based stuff for Fields of Mystria, which I think just launched. That's been in the works for ages. That game has been in the works for, I think, legitimately like a decade now. And it looks so good. It looks so fucking good. Gemini X, Fields of Mystria, please go check those out. Huge bias in plugging for those. Not a sponsor, not anything. They're just my friends, and I want them to do well. Not that I think they're going to need the help of me plugging it here, but I'm happy to, shout them out and point you guys in their direction. Whispering Willows is a really good time. Metroid Samus Returns. So this is the remake for the 3DS by, is it Mercury Steam? Mercury Dream? Mercury? It's something Mercury. This is the 3DS remake of Metroid 2, the Game Boy game. Fascinating that Metroid, as a series, after the first one, had a game on the first handheld that got remade on the first Nintendo, like what we consider like a proper swap cartridge handheld game as opposed to the Game & Watch series. And then it got a remake on the 3DS, which is the last exclusively hard handheld system. So Samus Returns is an interesting case where it's undeniable that the quality of life of that game is dramatically improved from Metroid 2, but I don't know if it makes it a better game. And that's not to say that I think that it's a bad game or that Metroid 2 is a bad game. I actually enjoyed Metroid 2 quite a bit. I just think that Samus Returns lands more or less side by side with it. Like, it's probably a better game. I would probably rate it slightly better, but it's not like, ooh, this puts it above blank. Like, if I had to rank Metroid games, you literally at some point you would get to Metroid 2 Return of Samus and then Metroid Samus Returns. I like the story beats that got added to the game. I did not like the secret Ridley fight at the end. That was bullshit. And the reveal of the reality of Ravenbeak's assault, if you got all of the like lore pieces, came at the exact right time in like the moment of what I was looking at and the audio and all of that it legit like jump scared me a little bit. Like it was like a horror movie moment, not a jump scare, the exact opposite. Like literally dread sort of washed over me for a second because it sounded like my system was like crashing. It was a very specific, you could never replicate a moment like that. If you're curious, you can go to the very end of the series as I'm looking in the logbook or what have you to see those bits. But yeah, so Whispering Willows and Metroid Samus Returns was part of the original Screwy Let's Play, if that wasn't clear. But yeah, Whispering Willows versus Metroid Samus Returns. After that, we have Undertale versus Corpse Killer. Undertale. So I don't think I have to explain what Undertale is. I played this game, what would that have been, in 2018, 2019? For a while, I really did avoid Undertale because I will be honest, I found the fan base super grating and annoying and kind of omnipresent. And it's not the fault of any like individual person or even the fandom at large. I feel a bit of like repulsion from stuff if a fandom gets too large just because it's like inescapable. That's a me thing. That's its own whole situation. But I then went and played Undertale and like immediately I understood exactly why everyone was losing their shit over it. It was so good. A really great, I wouldn't call it a subversion, but I would call it a deconstruction of classic video game and especially RPG tropes. I think the lore hunters are maybe taking things a little too far with it sometimes because I had an example and I just don't even want to use the example because the person who created the game is an asshole and I don't want to give him flowers. But I think that, and I'm not even talking Five Nights at Freddy's, who screw Scott Cawthon too, Cawthon. It's a bummer when a game goes out of its way to make an artistic statement, especially one that's got a lot of facets to it. And like there's subtext that goes with that. So like there's stuff that's open to interpretation. There's stuff that you can kind of figure out piecemeal as you go. But like it bums me out when people more or less figure out the whole story, or at least they have all the pieces. And then they're like, yeah, but we got to keep digging because there's got to be more. And it's like, is there? Must there be? I don't know that there has to be. It's okay for stuff to be over. But regardless, really, really, really good game. I did all 3 routes, including the one that means that now anytime I play it again on my computer, there will always be a thing that happens no matter what I do. I have not played Deltarune yet. I think that I'm going to start playing Deltarune when Chapter 6 drops, with the hope being that, by then Chapter 7 has a release target window, but the goal being to play the game in the lead up to Chapter 7 dropping so we can fairly seamlessly just jump into Chapter 7 and go through the whole thing. I know there's a lot of folks who are like, but you don't get to do all the theory crafting in between. It's like, I'm going to be doing plenty of that live during my streams. I do not need to play these now so that 3 years from now, so I can spend 3 years trying to do that stuff. It's fine. I'm not very interested in that level of kind of obsession over it or engagement. Maybe not even obsession, but it's not really for me. And I will still enjoy it all the same regardless. Please do not spoil stuff for me. I've somehow remained genuinely unspoiled on, I think, essentially everything for this game. So I'm hoping to keep it that way. Corpse Killer is a game that we played for the Complete 32X. This was another one of those FMV style games. It's a shooter on rails. You're in like a jungle and there's like a zombie attack type situation. This one I recall being really fucking hard. And in kind of an unfair way too, because the way that you handle stuff is just like stiff and not very easy to work with. These FMV games were kind of a weird one. We tried to make the best of it that we could. But some of them were a little bit rougher than others. This one was kind of in the middle. I would say it's not the best FMV experience we had on the 32X, but it's definitely not the worst either. Kind of in the middle with those. But yeah, so Undertale versus Corpse Killer. I'm just realizing, by the way, that I forgot to mention it's not included in the attachments, but one of the Persona 3 streams I was doing at the time, I ended with a secret bonus ending that announced that I was going to be doing the Genocide run / No Mercy run as a sort of an epilogue to our Undertale stream series. And it's occurring to me that I don't have that included in the list, because otherwise it would just be a full Persona 3 stream in the middle of that. So maybe I need to like isolate that sometime and add it to the Undertale list as like a trailer, because I think that would be a fun thing to have in there. It might be in there soon. Maybe I'll just make time and do that, this weekend or something. Who knows? But anyway, on to the next one. After that, we have Super Mario Bros. 3 versus T-MEK. Mario 3, another game that needs no introduction. We played it as part of the NES Classic Edition, and we made it our closing game for that series. I think if we were to do the NES Classic Edition again, not like we're planning to and we're not going to, but if we were to do it, having done a bunch of these console plays now, where we always end on kind of a big finish thing, we would have. So we made our Mario 3 episode the final episode, I think, of that series, and it was also an hour-long video as the last video of 2018. I think in hindsight, I would have just had us play the whole of Mario 3. It's not a very long game. And it would have either been one video or a couple of videos, but I think that would have been the way to do it. But we played an hour for it, December 31st, 2018. Great way to close out that year. I think it was myself and Ben and John for that. T-MEK is a game we played for the Complete 32X. This is one that was, I think, Jeff and I. And this one's kind of like, hey, what if you played Mech Warrior, but everything was like just not as good? I feel bad being so mean about it, but it really was just kind of like, it was sort of a whatever game. Kind of hard to figure out too, like controls and weapon choices and all of that stuff. But yeah. Both of these are console play games, so they're both just the one episode apiece. Granted, Mario 3 is a little longer, but T-MEK is the usual size for it. So if you want to see more of that, if you haven't seen them before, then you can check out the attachments on Challenge. But Super Mario Bros. 3 versus T-MEK. All right, it's a new day. My hair looks equally like it's been warm, and I have a thing going on my eyebrow, forehead area. Let's not talk about it. Oh, and I'm keeping my beard scraggly on purpose for the Baby Step stream, so I look so good right now. It's great. Next up, we have Super Hexagon versus Inindo Way of the Ninja. So Super Hexagon is another one of the early entries for You Do It. This is one that I had some experience with prior to us covering on the channel. It's a mobile. I'm sure it's on like other systems and things by now, but when I experienced it before, and I think what we did for the channel, it is a mobile app where essentially all you do is you're a little triangle and you're rotating around. Essentially, there's a hexagon in the middle of the screen, and there's platforms. There's like walls that are aligned with like the 6 sectants, I don't know what we want to call it, and they like move their way in, and you have to like dodge out of the way and all this stuff. There are some instances where the number of sides shrinks and grows. The music is done by 𝗤𝗔𝗘𝗥, who I'm realizing I don't know if I've ever actually double checked that that's how she pronounces her like artist name. I'm assuming 𝗤𝗔𝗘 like pretzel, but I don't know. Who knows? Really good music, really good game. John took a stab at it and died almost instantly. I did not wind up beating the game, by which I mean lasting more than 60 seconds on each difficulty. I got through the first 5, but the very last one I could not get. I have done it on my own phone 3 phones ago, but I wasn't able to do it for this. Maybe one of these days I need to do a You Do It series where I go back to You Do It's that have been incomplete and finish them off. Fun game, though. Great time. I think we only did 3 episodes of it. Inindo Way of the Ninja is a game that Jeff streamed now and then. It is I think, Super NES or Super Famicom. I think Super NES game, classic Nobunaga type story, and you are on a quest to bring together your warriors, your samurai. I actually am not good when at like the ninja samurai shogun terminology from that era of Japan, but you're bringing together a bunch of dudes who are going to take down, I believe, Nobunaga. And Jeff was originally just doing a regular stream of it, and then decided he wanted to speedrun it, and he's done at least a dozen or so. Maybe I think he's done like 15 streams of speedrun attempts, including at the end of what we're kind of loosely calling the first season of it. He had what is variably either a second, third, or fourth place finish for that. There aren't a ton of times on the speedrun boards for Inindo, but there's like some apparent minor controversy as to one or maybe even two of the higher scores for that, because I think at least one of them doesn't come with video evidence at all, and one of them is old enough that it wasn't required at the time, I think. I've been told the story of this before, and I don't remember off the top of my head, but I think at this point his run is considered fourth place. But he came back around during, I think it was Extra Life 2024. Mom said it's my turn to host the charity marathon stream, where he tried a new technique that which we dubbed bingo strats, which was essentially you just play bingo. There's a bingo parlor that you can play, and if you time things just right, you can make a crazy amount of money very fast, which you can then use to buy extremely good weapons and equipment, load out your team, and then just blast through the rest of the game, and you can presumably get to the end a lot faster. Including, I want to say, during one of these, it might have even been the one during the stream, I think it was, because he tried the bingo strat, and his end time was, like, not that far off, I think, from his previous best. And that was like a very not optimal run too. So like he tried a few more of those. He's been talking about wanting to come back to it at some point. There's a decent number of streams. There is a missing stream from this, and it's unfortunate. So this would have been, I think, 3 years ago. There was a stream that he had done, and I didn't get a chance to move it up to YouTube before going on vacation. I was going to like a festival camping type thing. And Twitch only holds on to your streams for 2 weeks, I believe. I think it's 2 weeks. And I'm trying to remember if that was the case at the time or if it was 7 days, at least for us. But I realized while we were out there that I hadn't moved it and was trying to log on to move it. And I think I was like hours late to do it. On any other day, it wouldn't have been like that huge of a deal, except this was the stream where he realized. So at one point, you try to sack Nobunaga's castle, and essentially what he came to at least assume with pretty reasonable evidence, because I remember watching part of the stream, he noticed that like there are variable levels of success, like variable frequencies of success when you try to do this, but if you try to do it below, I think, level 30, it just does not work. Like there appears to be a minimum level requirement for you to be able to successfully sack the castle at level 30, and this was the stream where he figured that out, and that's of course the one that we lost. But it's a super interesting stream series, some really cool stuff in there, some big names and faces from the Inindo community that turn up for it as well, so highly recommend checking that out, so long as you don't mind the repetitive and kind of, I'll be honest, grating music. I'm not a big fan of Inindo's soundtrack. It's not very good. But yeah, Super Hexagon versus Inindo Way of the Ninja. After that, we have Chicory, A Colorful Tale versus Pong. So Chicory, this is a game that I played the demo of in 2019. This was just a cute little game. I'm trying to remember if there was like a Kickstarter that I had gone in on or what, because I don't remember how this came onto my radar in the first place. But the general gist is that you're in sort of this like, it's almost like a coloring book world. Like everything is kind of an off-white with black outline type world. And you gain this paintbrush and the ability to paint the world around you. And while the demo doesn't get super far into it, the implication is that like in an almost Okami type way, you can use your paintbrush in order to like do things specifically beyond painting. Very, very cute game. I have not played the full game yet. I've been meaning to. I would love to get into that and actually play it in full at some point. But it's a really charming game. And if you get the chance, I would highly recommend you check it out. On the other side, we have Pong. This is one that we played for the first games. This is the other one that was commentated by Katie Bairstow and Ian Hanlon, and they did an excellent job of that one. It was so fucking cool having them on for that. And it's literally Pong. Ironically, so we played that on actual Atari hardware. That was a real Atari. Plugged it on there, nothing emulated, and the signal wasn't amazing. I did what I could in post to kind of clean up the signal so that it was not crazy staticky, not like really. And if you've seen the video, like it still has a decent amount of like static and fuzz to it. So that's the better version of the video. And if you watched our table tennis video for the Complete Odyssey, which we mentioned several heats ago, I think at this point, which is functionally, pre Pong Pong. One of the reasons that the Complete Odyssey didn't continue immediately was I wanted to spend some time figuring out how to clean up the signal. I think table tennis had a better signal than Pong, but it still wasn't quite where I wanted it to be. I've got some tech that I've been working with that is cleaning up the signal quite a bit. So, and I'm talking physical hardware, like, ooh, ow. Sorry, I just like accidentally scratched a cut on my hand. There is literally I think it's a Magnavox VCR. I specifically bought a Magnavox VCR to use as like an AV pass-through. So yeah, working on that. It's coming along, so that'll be back soon. But that's not important. We're not talking about that. We're talking about Pong. We had 4 players competing. I'm trying to remember if Pong normally has a like win condition or if it just keeps counting. If it doesn't, then it was probably like first to 7, which is usually a pretty common end game for air hockey, which Pong is probably closer to that than it is to actual tennis. So, I think we had at least Dustin and Lindsay. I don't remember who was playing for the Tierra de los Hermanos Hook or for our own team off the top of my head, but it took until very late in the game for folks to realize that I think there was like a button on the side of the controller that on the paddles, where if you press that and you spin the thing, then you move much, much faster than you did before. Or no, wasn't that you move faster? Maybe it was that the ball moves faster. I forget, but it definitely amped stuff up a lot either way. But yeah, so Chicory, A Colorful Tale versus Pong. All right, next up we have Tecmo Bowl versus Brutal Unleashed Above the Claw. So Tecmo Bowl, not to be confused with Super Tecmo Bowl. So Super Tecmo Bowl is what we've done our Let's Predict the Super Bowl series with. Tecmo Bowl is one that we've only covered as part of the NES Classic Edition. It is the original Tecmo Bowl on the NES, which I think is not even the first Tecmo Bowl game, but it is the first one that, for the NES, I believe. NES football game, kind of a like top-down-ish sort of view. Excuse me, it was myself and Jeff and Sarah that were there for that one. I think Jeff and I played against each other rather than do like a Super Bowl type thing. Yeah, I mean, it's a pretty simple game. There's not really a ton to say there. I enjoy the Tecmo Bowl games more than some Madden games. Though maybe that's got more to do with the simplicity of Tecmo Bowl. I don't know. On the other side, we have Brutal Unleashed Above the Claw. This is one we played for the Complete 32X. I think this was just Sarah and I. This is one that's like, it is basically like cartoon fighting game where you play as like a bunch of cartoon like animals. Like it almost looks like a Looney Tunes fighting game. The art style is a little rough. It's not like terrible, but it definitely feels kind of amateur. And the fighting itself is fine. I think the biggest problem with it is that it feels like the clock speed is way too fast. So dudes will be jumping and be like, ha, 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 like way, way, way too fast. Like literally almost double the speed that it should be running at, compared to like a Mortal Kombat or Street Fighter where things actually feel like they got weight and there's like a little bit of like a momentum to it as opposed to just like bang and like you're just there. Yeah, it was, I mean, as fighting games to the 32X go, I guess it was okay. It was fine. Both of these we did for console plays, so there's just the one episode apiece. Easy enough to check out if you check out the attachments. But yeah, so Tecmo Bowl versus Brutal Unleashed Above the Claw. Then after that we have Final Fantasy versus BC Racers. So Final Fantasy is one that we did as a Christmas special in the NES Classic Edition series in 2018. We did a 1-hour episode of this as well, similar to what we did with Mario 3. I want to say this one was myself, Ben, Jeff, and Sarah might have been there for parts of it. I don't know if she was there for the whole thing. And we just did an hour of Final Fantasy. I forget if we beat Garland. We probably did. An hour seems like about enough time to pull that off. And it was just nice to play some Final Fantasy without like a huge thing going on. One of these days I'd love to actually dig more into Final Fantasy for maybe some streams or something. But it's a pretty good Christmas episode. Not bad. Not a bad time. BC Racers is a weird racing game that Jeff and I did for, I think, the complete 32X. In this one, it's like a prehistoric racing game. It's like prehistoric Double Dash, kind of. It's strange. But one of the notable things, aside from the cartoon artwork not being very good, in my opinion, very similar actually to Brutal Unleashed, but something seemed to be up with the game, because if you ran into certain things, the collision sound was this extremely high-pitched, like harsh, like sound effect, so loud compared with everything else. So we had to like turn the volume down at one point because it was so crazy loud. Weird stuff. Both of these are console plays, so you can check both of them out without taking too much time. But Final Fantasy versus BC Racers. Next up, we have Mega Man ZX versus Mario Party Superstars. So Mega Man ZX is one we played for the Mega Let's Play. Was one of the very last ones we covered, actually. And this is the one where, in the wake of Mega Man 04 kind of wrapping up most of the classic timeline plot pre-Legends, sort of began a new, it mostly began a new like set of storylines, with the exception of the biometals being essentially like essences of legendary figures that are still around. This is the one that has kind of the like Metroidvania-ish. It's not really Metroidvania. It's more just like a somewhat open-ended exploration like area. I wouldn't quite call it Metroidvania. I don't think anyway. Very solid game. It's a really enjoyable one, honestly. And I think ZX is also the one that features a bunch of like cameos from old bosses and things too. Like I'm trying to remember if the Omega fight is part of this or not, because there is another. I believe there's another Omega fight. Maybe I'm wrong, because I know there's one in the Zero series, but I thought there was also one in ZX. But I could be mistaken there. But it's a really fun game. There's not a lot that I can say about it. It's just like it's a really fun game. On the other side, we have Mario Party Superstars, which is one we played a bunch over the years. We actually first played it for the second games. We had C-Dude as the commentator for a speed skating event. I want to say it was the Later Skater minigame for Mario Party Superstars, which is a grand old time there. We also played some Superstars for the D-Pad Supersoft charity the D-Pad's extra, was it Super Stuff Extra Life Charity Marathon stream, which is Extra Life 2022, where we played Peach's Birthday Cake because we had a cupcake-themed stream going on. Eventually, we actually did it also for the 15th anniversary stream earlier this year, where I was in the first set and we played Peach's Birthday Cake because it was the 15th anniversary. And then I went downstairs to sleep for like 2 hours. And the other folks that played, which I think was like Dave and Felice and Sanchez, maybe Teddy, they wound up, playing a game as well, and they played on Peach's Birthday Cake. So a lot of Peach's Birthday Cake going on the D-Pad ones. We also have 3 streams as part of Mario Party Madness that did Superstars as well. There's a ton of that you can check out. But yeah, so Mega Man ZX versus Mario Party Superstars. After that, we have, here we go, Cadence of Hyrule, Crypt of the NecroDancer featuring The Legend of Zelda versus Metroid Dread. So Cadence of Hyrule is one that we covered for the legendary Let's Play. I had never played Crypt of the NecroDancer, and I haven't played Rift of the NecroDancer either. Jeff, I think, was there for a decent chunk of the game and had played Crypt of the NecroDancer like a bunch. And so if you're not familiar, it's a rhythm. I wouldn't even say it's rhythm based so much as it's rhythm driven. Like it is actually in more ways than most, it is essentially a roguelike or roguelite game set in Hyrule. In the sense that there's a lot when you start a new game, you have a new map seed. It does stay that way if you die. You have to start a new save file, I believe, in order to get a new map seed. When you go into dungeons, they are fully randomized every time you enter. And the other way that it's like Rogue, I think, is that essentially, so when you play Rogue, if I'm remembering this correctly, you and every enemy and everything all move at the same time. So, like, you move and every enemy on the screen moves, and anything that's projectile through the air also moves, like 1 tile, 2 tiles, whatever it is. This is similar, with the notable exception that you don't get to decide when a turn happens. A turn happens on every beat. So every beat, it's do. You gotta move up, left, dig, attack, defend, down. You have stronger attacks, I believe, if you do your input on the beat, which is a little bit tricky to get used to, if I'm being honest. But there's incredible music in this game. Some really, really, really good music. I also went way out of my way I speed ramped our intro. I made our intro and then sped it up or slowed it down based on whatever music track was playing at the start of the episode. That way, as the music is fading out, it's already synced up with the episode's music in the background. I thought that was kind of a cute thing to do there. It's very DJ coded. But yeah, so there's the original game. There was also 2 DLCs. There was Octavo's Ode and Symphony of the Mask, which were both great excuses to come back and play some more. Some new bosses in some cases, like solid stuff. There's a bunch of videos for this. Metroid Dread. So this was the final piece of the original Screwy Let's Play. It got a full intro explaining the history of the series up to that point. And then we went through and I streamed it and I beat it in 3 streams. And then did a pair of speed runs for it immediately after because I was like, why the hell not? Also, I want to get whatever the best ending is. And the game is great. It's really, really good. And I still think, Super Metroid probably is just barely ahead of Dread, but I do think that Dread is just a little below. Just barely. It's like a 9.5 out of 10 versus a 10 out of 10 type situation. But really, really good game. It was great getting to explore all of that stuff and figure all that stuff out. And I really need to find an excuse to play it again sometime. Not necessarily even for the channel, just for myself. But either way, Cadence of Hyrule, Crypt of the NecroDancer featuring The Legend of Zelda versus Metroid Dread. After that, we have Kirby Canvas Curse versus Super Mario Land 2, 6 golden coins. Kirby Canvas Curse. So this is... Oh boy, is this my least favorite Kirby game? It might be. Like, I don't necessarily hate Kirby Air Ride, but I definitely don't like it. Canvas Curse is one that I actively think I dislike, greatly. So it is the first of 2 games in the Kirby franchise where Kirby is stuck as a ball and you use a stylus to draw platforms that are also sort of conveyor belts that kind of grab and move them along. We initially played it as part of the Dreamy Let's Play, and we only played for 5.5 hours. But I really didn't like it then. And then when we came back for the Nightmare streams, I played for an additional about 15 hours. And it was some of the most stressful gameplay I've ever had, because we had to 100% all of the sub games, which that sucked. There was also getting all 3, is it stars? I forget what the collectible is in this game, but every level has 3 things to collect. And one of them in particular was hey, what if you have to do this thing where you need to speed up really fast, but we put a slowdown thing right in front of the thing you need to speed up for, yada, yada, yada. You also have to play the entire game 4 more times, because that's how you unlock all the different balls. It was a mess. It was such a mess. I was really unhappy by the end of it. Some of it was kind of zen in its own way because we didn't have to worry about the challenge for the replays, but I think I was really dragging pretty hard by the end of it. Mario Land 2, the only game I can think of that has a title that ends with a numeral, a colon, and then a subtitle that starts with another numeral. When you're typing this out, it's Super Mario Land, the number 2, colon, space, the number 6. Something about that is just very odd to me. I don't know why. So Game Boy game, classic. We played it as part of the Super Mario Wario-thon event. It's so interesting because it's I guess it's very much the closest thing to it is probably Super Mario World. At the end of the day, it's actually a lot more similar to that than I realized. But between the little doctor hat, the bunny ears, and all that jazz, are those the only 2? Those might be the only 2 actual abilities in the game, weirdly enough. But they are essentially analogs for the Fire Flower and the Magic Leaf, I guess, from Mario 3. More so than the Magic Cape from Mario World, I would say. But good game, good music. First appearance of Wario. Had some fun with that. I think it was only 2 hours. It was not a very long stream. But, I'd play that game again in a heartbeat. Some of the levels are bullshit, but, all in all, really good game. I don't think there's a lot else to say here. Kirby Canvas Curse versus Super Mario Land 2, 6 golden coins. All right, guys, it's time for the Jeff is a Space Nerd matchup. We have RimWorld versus Star Trek Starfleet Academy Simulator. So RimWorld was a pretty popular series, actually. It was one that Jeff streamed for a while, I think a year. And this is one where I believe you're aboard a colony ship that crashes, and you have to survive on a planet for long enough to build a new rocket to escape. And you do this through farming and resource management and all this stuff. You get attacked by things. You deal with inclement weather, all that good stuff. Jeff had a bunch of characters that were named after chatters and just folks who are around the channel, whether it's us on it or the folks who are common viewers for it. And yeah, I think it ran for 30 streams or something like that. It was a long one. Pretty decent, pretty good stuff. I jumped in for a few of them just to watch. And then we got Star Trek Starfleet Academy Simulator, I think is the name of it, which is a game where you are on... Oh, it might be Bridge Simulator. Starfleet Academy... Sorry, Star Trek Starfleet Academy - Starship Bridge Simulator. That's the one. That's the name of it. So you are on the bridge of... I don't know if it's the Enterprise, but... You're on the bridge of a Federation vessel. You can do training missions. I assume that you can go out on real missions, and they do kind of a clever thing here where like the action of the game takes place on a very small portion of the screen, which is the actual like I don't know, windshield. I don't know what you would actually call viewing window. Whereas everything else is kind of a big border that just shows what's going on the bridge, like who's sitting where, all that stuff. There's some like 3D things going on there, kind of rudimentary. I'll be honest, games like this are really not my cup of tea. I find them very boring. But we had Jeff, we also had John. At one point, we found that the game contains pool. You can play a game of pool with some pretty decent graphic things going on. But yeah, like I said, this one's not really for me, but maybe, you know, sitting and doing the bridge simulator stuff speaks to you in a certain way. So, you know, if so, then vote for it. RimWorld versus Star Trek Starfleet Academy Starship Bridge Simulator. After that, we have Mega Man Maverick Hunter X versus Resident Evil 4 for the Oculus Quest 2. So Mega Man Maverick Hunter X. So this came out for the PSP. This was very close by. I forget which one came first, but this was like side by side with Mega Man Powered Up as PSP sort of like reboot remakes. I guess, no, you know what? I guess it would be a reboot remake of Mega Man X. Powered Up less so, but Maverick Hunter literally changes some of the important elements of the story. Like I think Dr. Kane dies in Maverick Hunter X, and he definitely is still alive. Or he's supposed to, I think, still be alive a few games into the original X series. But PSP, we got absolutely robbed of both a Powered Up 2 and a Maverick Hunter X2. It's a great looking remake of the original. Plays very similarly, though there are some notable differences. For example, the locations of your equipment are moved in Maverick Hunter X. You don't, if you go to Chill Penguin stage looking for the like dash boots or the boot upgrade, it's not there. You're gonna be very sad. I forget where it is, but it's not there. The game also adds, I think after you beat the game once, it adds a Vile mode, so you can play as Vile and go through most of the game. And I want to say the final boss for Vile is you get like one or two stages into Sigma, Sigma's castle, and then or Sigma's fortress, and then you fight X and Zero simultaneously, and then that's it. The game just ends. They also add an animation called I think it's called the Day of Sigma, which shows the events that lead up to and the events of Sigma bringing X with him to go and capture Zero, only for Zero to infect Sigma and Zero getting brought in, but Sigma I think gets away. Pretty cool stuff. It was nice to get like a canon event to tie all that stuff to. I think it was very neat. And like I said, it's a solid game. I think we got screwed out of follow-ups. I kind of hope that they revisit the idea down the line. I'm not opposed to, as much as I tend to complain a bit about other franchises that remake their games too often. I think that Mega Man would do greatly from having like remakes here and there. I would love to see a ZX Advent remake that could potentially lead into a ZX3. I would love to see Maverick Hunter X get ported and maybe get a sequel. I would love to see the Powered Up formula be done again. I think there's a lot of good stuff there. On the other side, we have Resident Evil 4 VR, which was developed, I believe, for the Oculus Quest 2. And this was, I think, in like 2022 or something like that. Might have even, I'm trying to remember the exact year. But obviously a few things have changed since then. For one, Meta bought Oculus, so the device literally isn't even the Oculus Quest 2 anymore. Also, I don't think it's even number 2 anymore. I think now it's the 3. But also fuck Meta, and double fuck Oculus co-founder Palmer Luckey. If you buy the Mod Retro M64, you're a bad person. And all that aside, because this is all stuff that, came to light more well after the fact. So this is a VR port of the original Resident Evil 4. There are adjustments that are made to make sense for a VR gameplay experience. But my understanding is that it is more or less the original Resident Evil 4. They make some weird calls. Like cutscenes aren't done in first person. You get pulled into like a third person cinema view. It's really jarring. I didn't play during this, but everyone who did got to a cutscene and was like, I don't like that. That's weird. We did some more experimental stuff with the editing on this, where we had the game. Well, so okay, we had a camera running in the room that captured whoever was playing, so we could see them like spinning around and stuff. And we also captured the game footage, which turns out for the Oculus Quest 2, you had two options for recording the footage from that. Option 1, you record it natively on the device, at which point it both slows down the video processing like crazy and also fills up almost immediately. Like you will run out of space instantly. Option 2 was there was a functionality that was there where you, on your computer, you would go to a website and you could connect to the device and receive the video from like wirelessly from the headset. And unfortunately, that signal was really, really bad. Really bad. It actually bums me out a lot just how shit the video quality of the Oculus Quest 2 is outside of the headset itself. So there's that. This was also the run where Lindsay kept accidentally grabbing grenades and dropping them when trying to pick up other stuff, which resulted in us dying immediately after a big mini-boss fight and thus losing all of the stuff we were supposed to get as rewards. This is also one where I think Siege did the same thing and accidentally killed the merchant like right near the end of the game, which was not good because we had stuff we were trying to buy from him. This was a very chaotic series. It was a lot of fun to watch. I feel like playing it was probably kind of frustrating here and there, but quite the interesting pair up against each other here. Mega Man Maverick Hunter X versus Resident Evil 4 VR. After that, we have Frostpunk versus Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles. Frostpunk is a game that Jeff played as a stream. I think it might have literally been just one episode, but I'm not positive. I don't have a ton to say on this one. My understanding is that it's like a steampunk game set in a frozen wasteland, survival, resource management, scavenging, that sort of thing, defending against attacks, all of the classics of a good survival game. I don't know that he found what he was looking for in that game because it was just the one stream, but it is also just the one stream, so if you're interested, you can check that out. I don't have a lot to say for it, unfortunately. Ninja Turtles, the NES game, the legendarily difficult NES game. This one we played for the games. We did this one, I think, as a swimming event. We had Game Face, Max and Lynn as our color commentators on this. It was great to have them on. I hope we get to have them again. And it was essentially the infamous dam level where everyone was swimming to try to defuse the bombs in the water under the dam without dying. I'm trying to remember if anybody actually died. I don't think anybody actually did, which is great because that's hard as shit. And it's really tight. If you don't know what you're doing, you're going to die. But it made for a fun event. So that's what counts. Yeah, not a lot to say there either. Frostpunk versus Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles. Okay, this one's going to be a really, really weird matchup. We have Super Mario Brothers versus Pokemon Brilliant Diamond. Yeah, so Super Mario Brothers is a game that we magically have only ever played once as part of the NES Classic Edition. I don't know how that happened. We've only done it once, but yeah, Mario 1, I mean, it's the video game. If you had to name a video game, there's a good chance it would just be Mario 1. We played it for, it might have been like 20 minutes. I don't think it was all that long. But we learned a lot during this, including that Ben had never played Mario 1 before. It was myself, Ben, and Sarah. And we nearly got a full game out of the one episode. but I got a game over in 8-3, which, you know, if you've played a bunch of Mario, you'll know as the stage that's got a shitload of Hammer Brothers in it. They were lighting me up. Some real bad luck on my part. But yeah, Mario Brothers is a classic. What can you possibly say about Super Mario Brothers? On the flip side, we have Pokemon Brilliant Diamond, which we did as part of Pokemon Rivals. It's our most recent completed Pokemon Rivals, and this is one that we have done. We did so many episodes of this. I think in total I had 206 episodes of Brilliant Diamond, because for one, I won the overall padlock, which meant I got to do the post game, which unfortunately this was like the one post game you do not want to do. It's so fucking hard. Holy shit. So literally the highest level trainers across the entire franchise when you are 100%ing Brilliant Diamond. And this took, I think it was like 3-4 years from start to finish. Between, like, we had hiatuses here and there whenever John wasn't around to record more when we were doing the main game. And then when the post game came around, there were a few times I just needed a break because it was stressful. But yeah, it was a lot getting through Brilliant Diamond. It's about 90 hours in total. So you certainly can't watch the entire thing. Well, hypothetically, you can watch the entire thing between now and the final date for voting, but I don't recommend it. If you haven't seen it before, I would flick around a little bit and see what you like. Check out the gym battle episodes maybe to get kind of a distilled version, or the face-offs too. But yeah, really, really bizarre, like, polar opposites in this match. Super Mario Brothers versus Pokemon Brilliant Diamond. All right, after that we have Metroid versus Virtua Racing Deluxe. So Metroid is one that we played originally for the NES Classic Edition. We did a one-off episode of that. I think it was just myself and Sarah for that one. It was a rough time. I've gone on the record a few times over the years to say Metroid 1 is basically just kind of a bad game. In terms of it's aged extremely poorly. At the time, it was a perfectly serviceable game. There's no reason to play it anymore. Play Zero Mission. We played it again for the Screwy Let's Play. This time I knew a little more what I was getting myself into, and it also only took 2 streams to finish, but Jesus, that game is brutal. I actually am surprised it only took 2 streams to finish. I would have thought for sure that it took more. My number one complaint about Metroid is that if you die, no matter how much maximum health you have, you always respawn with 30, which sucks because by the end of the game, most enemies are doing 30 damage. So that's not fun. But, you know, obviously it spawned off a really huge and beloved franchise, so, you know, take that as you will. But there's not a ton of content there. 2 streams in 1 episode. On the flip side, we have Virtua Racing Deluxe. Again, we played for the Complete 32X. I believe that one was Lindsay and myself for that one. I don't actually know what the difference is between Virtua Racing and Virtua Racing Deluxe. Very blocky looking models for the cars. It was okay as far as frame rate. I think it was a little bit laggy. It's an F1 type racing game, like drag racing and all of that. So like, or no, not drag racing. I don't remember. It doesn't matter. Arcade style racing game. I mean, there's not a lot to say there either. It's just the one episode you can check out. This is not a particularly great matchup description wise out of me, but yeah, Metroid versus Virtua Racing Deluxe. After that, we have Sonic Adventure 2 Battle versus Wii Fit Plus. So this is going to get a little bit weird. So Sonic Adventure 2 Battle, we covered for the Supersonic Let's Play, but when we covered it for that, what we distinguished as being Sonic Adventure 2 Battle was the DLC that you could, in the same way as Sonic Adventure DX for the PlayStation Network was essentially DLC on top of a more base game Sonic Adventure. Same thing here. You could buy the Battle DLC that would go on top of Sonic Adventure 2 to essentially allow you to play either a game that had the feature set of the original Adventure 2 or add on the feature set of Battle. It's a little bit weird. But so for this, we only had the one episode where we did 2-player modes, which was like battles and races. we went back to the Chow Garden. I think we did Chow Karate because we needed off-screen between Sonic Adventure 2 and, this one-off episode. I went and I got all of the emblems in the game -1, which took a long time. That shit sucked. And once we did the Chow Karate thing all the way, we got the final emblem, which unlocked the final secret that the game had, which is a 3D rendition of Green Hill Zone Act 1 from Sonic the Hedgehog 1991. And we played through it, and it sucks. It's actually really bad. There's not a lot of nice ways to put it. Green Hill Zone in Sonic Adventure 2 Battle is terrible. But we checked it out. We did it, and we put it away for a while. And then for Sonic Weekathon 3 Adventure, I brought, it was Sonic Adventure 2, Sonic Heroes, and the surprise was Sonic Frontiers at the end. But so we did Sonic Adventure 2 Battle. This one's kind of complicated because, I don't think we did any of the battle stuff for it. I don't recall anyway. Actually, I've got the thing up here. Let me double check. Did I do? No, it was just doing the story. So hero story, dark story, last story. So we didn't do any of the battle stuff there. So you could make an argument that Sonic Adventure 2 not battle in the sense of the PSN downloads of them. I think by virtue of essentially the way that I considered it was once we downloaded the battle DLC, the game became Sonic Adventure 2 Battle for anything else we did with it. There's no easy way with that. It's all bullshit anyway. Then we brought it back again 2 years later for Sonic Weekathon 5 Shadowthon, where this time we just played the Dark Story because the gimmick of Shadowthon was we were playing Shadow Generations and 100%ing it, but every time after the intro stage we had something to do, we had to go experience the Shadow portion of whatever it is first. So we watched all three of them, Sonic the Hedgehog movies before we did the Tokyo DLC right at the beginning. We played the Team Dark portion of Sonic Heroes before we did Rail Canyon. We then went and did the Shadow story of Sonic 06 before we did, was it Kingdom Valley, I think? What else? We then did the Shadow DLC for Sonic Forces before doing whatever the hell that one was. I don't remember. I didn't like Forces. And then we did the Shadow portion of Sonic Frontiers before we did, Chaos Island or something, which, spoiler, Shadow's not in Sonic Frontiers, so I literally brought up the title screen and then went whoop, and then that was it, and we went back to Shadow Generations. And then for the final stage, which was Radical Highway, I went and played the entirety of the Dark Story in Sonic Adventure 2 Battle before going back to Shadow Generations, so that's what that was. I like Sonic Adventure 2 Battle a lot. This one's hard to gauge in a few different ways, but it is up against Wii Fit Plus, which we played for the second games. It was our ski jumping event. We had Ian and Casey of Born Losers Gaming as our commentators for that, which was a grand old time. The idea for this one, so the Wii Fit Plus is controlled with the balance board. So the idea was you would stand on the balance board, it would get you centered, and then you would crouch down and kind of lean forward a little bit. You get your center of weight forward in order to start going down the hill, and then when it's time for you to do the actual jump part, you stand up very straight on the balance board, similar to doing you're doing the same motion of a jump, and you have to keep your balance in a very specific spot in order to keep the aerodynamics really nice. And then it would, we scored it based off the distance that you go, which is all based on how you do all those mechanics. So it was a fun event. It was fun to get a more physical one in there. I will say that for the third games, we have at least one that comes to mind immediately as being a more physically oriented game for it, for the third games. But yeah, so Sonic Adventure 2 Battle versus Wii Fit Plus. All right, next up we have the OUYA fight. We have Super Mario Maker 2 versus ActRaiser Renaissance. And to explain, the clip that I had pulled up just to scan through Mario Maker 2 happened to be at a point where I was in a level where at the very top was a big OUYA made out of coins. And the title of the One ActRaiser Renaissance stream is The Lord of Uwu. What a weird coincidence. So Mario Maker 2 was a stream that I did. This was a one-off stream where I think I was just like, hey guys, if you know of any really hard Mario Maker 2 levels, I'd love to try them. I am not an expert Mario Maker player. I just like a good challenge. So we did that for a few hours. It was very difficult. I know that the frame rate was not great. This was during a period of time where I was having streaming tech issues that we eventually sorted out. But I like Mario Maker. I kind of hope that we get another one down the line. Who knows? ActRaiser Renaissance, I think, is essentially a remake of the original ActRaiser, which I don't know if it invented the God game, but it certainly is one of the early hybrids of God game as well, where you have stages where you're doing like platforming and action stuff, but you also have like settlements that you're like helping exist and all of that. This one is the remake is so strange. From what little I've seen of it, this was a Dave stream where it's done in kind of when you're in the action stages, you're in like a 2.5D sort of, where everyone looks like they're made of sprites, but they're like highly animated 3D models as sprites. They might not be sprites. It might just be 3D models, and they're just rendered on a plane in what is Unity, the one that does 2D games that are actually 3D games secretly or something. I don't know. But it was just the one stream for both of these. These are both one-offs. I don't know. I've never played ActRaiser like properly. I really would like to actually spend some time playing it for real at some point. But yeah, Super Mario Maker 2 versus ActRaiser Renaissance. After that, we have Tiny Chow Garden versus Kirby's Blowout Blast. So Tiny Chow Garden is a thing we played for the Supersonic Let's Play. I can't quite call it a game because it's actually a game mode shared among, let me see if I can remember this correctly, Sonic Advance, Sonic Advance 2, and Sonic Pinball Party. I don't remember if Sonic Advance 3 had it or not. But essentially, the Tiny Chow Garden was the... So, Tiny Chow Garden was to Sonic... Oh, boy, this was so weird. Tiny Chow Garden is to Sonic Adventure DX and Sonic Adventure 2 Battle what Chow Adventure and Chow Adventure 2 were to Sonic Adventure and Sonic Adventure 2. I believe is how that worked. And the idea was... you would plug your GameCube, your Game Boy Advance into your GameCube, and when you stepped on a little transfer thing, it would transfer it into whichever Sonic Game Boy Advance game you had plugged in, and you could transfer your Chow in and play mini games with them and stuff. Because of the nature of how we had things set up, we couldn't really do that, so we had to like futz with it a little bit. But it's essentially like it is literally a tiny Chow garden. You have a few mini games you can play with your Chow. I think it improves their like happiness. It might improve their stats a bit too. There's like a rock paper scissors game. There's like a launching game. I'm trying to remember what the other ones are, but like it's neat. It's a pretty small little dinky fun thing, and considering they could have just as easily gotten away with not having a replacement for Chow Adventure 1 and 2 at all, having that is actually pretty cool, I think. Even as little as it is. Kirby's Blowout Blast is one that we played for the Dreamy Let's Play, and this one is fascinating because it is simultaneously a solvable puzzle game, like there are right and wrong answers for how to play it, while also sneakily being a remake of Kirby's Dream Land. It's not a remake in the same sense as like Nightmare in Dreamland, Superstar Ultra, Return to Dreamland Deluxe, any of those. But it is Kirby going through 5 stages that match up perfectly with the original Kirby's Dreamland stages and bosses and everything. Or I forget if you get 5 or 4 for this one. And yeah, it's a cute little game. It is a puzzle game because it's all basically score attack is how you get your rankings. One of these days, I'm going to be playing it some more for the Nightmare streams. We haven't gotten there yet. Charming little game. I think it was mostly Lindsay and I that did this series, and it was pretty neat. I was actually really impressed. I was not sure what to expect going in, and I actually liked it quite a bit. I love a good puzzle, so I was a big fan of that. So yeah, Tiny Chow Garden versus Kirby's Blowout Blast. After that, we have Dark Souls Remastered versus Slam City with Scottie Pippen. Dark Souls Remastered. So this is the Dark Souls version that I played as a stream. What I learned doing this was that Dark Souls is not quite as hard as I was worried it would be, but boy, is it still hard when it wants to be. Ornstein and Smo still linger in my nightmares. But I did generally enjoy it. It took a little getting used to, but I did ultimately enjoy it. I would love to do Demon Souls or Dark Souls 2 or 3 or like Sekiro or Bloodborne or Elden Ring one of these days. I've not played any of those games at all. But it was an okay time. I wasn't like loving it, I'll be honest, but I didn't hate it either. Some stuff was kind of tedious, especially if you were struggling and losing a bunch, but we did get through it. Ben also had a one-off stream where he was mostly just doing it as a stream tech test. I forget for what. I don't think it was for Ori and the Blind Forest. I think it was for something else, but he did just kind of a one-off, and he plays Dark Souls to death, so he took down the Asylum Demon like it was nothing and just kind of, got through it like that. But so there's a one-off there as well. Slam City with Scottie Pippen was a Sega 32X game. It was for the complete 32X. I think it was technically a Sega CD 32X game. This is a basketball FMV game, another UDirect interactive type thing. This shit was hard as fuck. We could not figure out how the fuck to play this thing. It was Jeff and I. It was bad. You got a little guy who like slides left and right. We couldn't figure out what the buttons did. We couldn't figure out the timing for any of it. We got our fucking shit rocked up and down that thing, and we didn't understand any of it by the end of the episode. It's a funny video, but yeah, we did not know what the fuck we were doing. So Dark Souls Remastered versus Slam City with Scottie Pippen. All right, we're back again. I have done my baby step stream, so my body is in a surprising amount of pain, but we shall continue. Next up, we have Mega Man Strategy versus Monument Valley 2 Panoramic Edition. So Mega Man Strategy or Rockman Strategy is so this was one of the I think it was Taiwanese, or maybe it was the Strawberry Soft group. We had kind of a cluster of games that had kind of like unusual origins in the Mega Let's Play at one point. And this is one that is a like isometric tactical RPG where you face off against essentially beings from it was the Constellation droids, I think, not to be confused with the Star droids of Mega Man 5 for Game Boy. This is different. These are essentially Zodiac inspired enemy robot masters. So this is one where my understanding to this day still is that nobody properly got this game working before. So we recorded it took a lot of effort to get the game functioning at all. And then we recorded essentially an episode 0 of the game of us trying to get it working. And then I was like, okay, never mind. I'm gonna like take this back to the drawing board for a little bit, and we'll figure out what's gonna happen. And I was able to finally get it working properly. Mostly, we weren't able to get the music working, though. I think other people have since gotten that working. And as far as I'm aware, it is the first full Let's Play of that game anywhere online. I don't think anybody has since then. I think there has been coverage of that, hopefully partly because we put up a web page that gives people instructions on how to download all the parts for this and get them working, so hopefully that was helpful for folks. But yeah, the game itself, it's part of the problem is that it is barely there's like a half functional English patch for this game, which I have looked into trying to like find better ways to do, to be dead honest, because the game is very confusing. A lot of the mechanics seem strangely put together too, so like stuff doesn't always do what you kind of expect it to do, and there's a ton of secrets in the game, some of which we found, some of which we didn't. There's whole secret battles that I don't know what the requirements for that are, and like, I won't say the game is good because it is still kind of junk, but it wasn't as bad as I thought it was going to be as we got into it. There's like a kernel of a decent game in there. It's buried, but it's there. And yeah, like I said, we have a full Let's Play series of this, and it's a fascinating dive into a game that most people have never even heard of, let alone seen or played. So that should be pretty cool. Monument Valley 2, this one's going to be pretty quick because we already talked about Monument Valley, and this one is by and large the same game. I think the main difference is that at some points you control 2 characters instead of 1, but otherwise the game is generally the same. So it was also, I think it was literally part of the same stream, and I split it into 2 videos at the end of it, but I think it was 1 stream. So yeah, not a super long amount of time that was spent on that, but Mega Man Strategy versus Monument Valley 2 Panoramic Edition. After that, we have The Legend of Zelda Link's Awakening for the Switch versus Tony Hawk's Pro Skater 1 and 2. So Link's Awakening for the Switch. So this is the Switch remake of Link's Awakening, which we played, a handful of years back. I don't remember exactly what year off the top of my head. But this is one that was mostly myself and Ben. I forget if Ben had ever played Link's Awakening before. I don't know off the top of my head for this one. But it was a great time getting to go and do Link's Awakening. Jeff was there as well. CJ was there for a chunk at the beginning. I still like the original best, with DX just barely behind it, and then the Switch remake in third. It's not that it's a bad game, but like there's some of it that like just doesn't. There's like a little something that's missing there. I don't mind the art style at all, and I think it actually does a good job to like, jive with the motifs and themes of the actual, game story. I thought the dungeon, creator dungeon mode thing was kind of a cool addition. I don't know what I feel like is missing from it, but it's almost, but not quite. It's not a bad game by any means. And if you have the opportunity to play the Switch version, you absolutely should. I still kind of low key hope that we do get the Oracle games, in the same engine as Link's Awakening and Echoes of Wisdom. We'll see what happens there. Echoes of Wisdom itself feeling essentially like the lost third Oracle game anyway, but yeah, no, we did it as part of the Legendary Let's Play. It was great to have an excuse to play Link's Awakening again. I'm always down for that. Tony Hawk's Pro Skater 1 and 2 is one that we played for the first games for our skateboarding event. I think we did the hangar level, and just had John, Felice, Jeff, and myself just go nuts in there for a little while. And whoever came out with the highest score won the event. Pretty straightforward. We had C-Dude commentating on that one, which was great. Thank you, C-Dude. And yeah, it's one of our more straightforward events for the games, to be honest. So yeah, The Legend of Zelda Link's Awakening for the Switch versus Tony Hawk's Pro Skater 1 and 2. Up after that, we have Ice Climber versus Blackthorn. Ice Climber is a game we played as part of the NES Classic Edition. It's myself and Jeff and Ben. Ice Climber being one of Nintendo's oldest platformers. It's one where you play as Popo, or Nana, I think, as the second player, and you are jumping up platforms to get to the top of an icicle mountain. You're fighting like polar bears and yetis and pterodactyls and stuff. Somewhat challenging game. I mean, there's only so much to say about Ice Climber. It's a very simple like concept for what it is. But yeah. On the other side, we have Blackthorn, which is I don't know if we've ever put up a content warning for animated gore before, but this one was both so because we play Resident Evil, so like it's not like we haven't had stuff like that before, but this is like there are points where you're trying to save humans from this like demonic race and their evil castle, and if you're not careful while you're trying to shoot your enemies, there are humans that are manacled to the wall, and you might shoot them, and their fucking heads explode, and their headless bodies are left there, and it's surprisingly graphic and visceral. So I was like, whoa, all right. That's one that we played for the Complete 32X. I believe we had CJ and Lindsay for this one. Very somewhere in the realm of like old school Prince of Persia, like original Prince of Persia, and like Oddworld type stuff. The like rotoscope style graphics, a lot of like very realistic-ish platforming, where like you got to be up against a wall, you jump and you kind of like mount the wall to get up onto it. I think the fall damage is like especially terrible and stuff. Odd little game. All of those games are super tough, but the animation style was a little weird too, because it was almost claymation looking. It was an odd mixture of like genres and art styles going on there all at once. But yeah, both of these being console plays, we just have the one video piece for these. So Ice Climber versus Blackthorn. Next up, we have Pac-Man versus Virtua Fighter. Pac-Man, so for this one, we played it as part of the NES Classic Edition. And we made a joke at the beginning that, like, yeah, when I think of the NES, I think of Pac-Man, a game famous for being on the NES and nowhere else, which is obviously not true. This one, I think both of these were actually Jeff and I. What can even be said about Pac-Man? Everybody knows Pac-Man. We played for a while. It was fun. We learned that under the ghost costumes, there are apparently little weird blobby flesh-toned things, I guess, and not actually ghosts. Don't know what's up with that. And it's a classic that will live forever. I don't know what to tell you. Virtua Fighter is also, at least for its era, also a classic that kind of barely needs introduction. It is a 3D... Is it really 3D? It's rendered in 3D. How would I describe this? A planar 3D arena fighter, I think would be the way that I would call it. So the idea being you can move around in 3D space, but you will always be directly facing your opponent. With the exception of if they go to attack and you'd like dodge into or out or away from the camera, then they'll be facing a different direction until their attack is done, and then they'll turn back, and that'll be that. But I mean, it's basically the granddaddy of 3D, of actual proper 3D fighting games. Yeah, we had a good time with that. I think we had Jeff. I forget if we had an exhibition first, but I believe Jeff played like half a dozen matches trying to get through like the single player kind of gauntlet there. We had a lot of slowdown with this one because the 32X. So the way that we did the complete 32X, and it's the reason we are going to go back to it one day, is we essentially side-loaded one of our Sega Genesis minis with 32X games, because it's functionally just an emulator in there, and it just pulls up ROMs and it just goes for it. But the way that it was being put together, it was not optimized for handling 32X, so it definitely had a lot of slowdown, lag. 3D stuff in particular was really bad for it. But yeah, so it was slow, but it was still playable, and it didn't crash, I don't think. But yeah, Pac-Man versus Virtua Fighter. Next after that, we have Sonic Advance 2 versus Kirby Battle Royale. Sonic Advance 2 is one that we played twice. We covered it for the Supersonic Let's Play, as well as for Sonic Weekathon 4 Advance. For the main Supersonic Let's Play, I mean, as is usually the case for these games, we were, I believe, aiming for just clearing the final boss, which for most Sonic games is not too bad. Some games, it doesn't, you just get to the end and you're good. Other games, you need to like get all the emeralds. It's not a big deal. Sonic Advance 2 makes this shit so fucking annoying. So I'm trying to remember if you have to do this for every character or just for some character. I think it's for every character. But the way that you get to the final boss in Sonic Advance 2 involves getting all of the Chaos Emeralds, I think with every playable character. And in order to attempt a special stage, you have to find, I believe, 7 star rings across the entire stage. And each zone has 1 emerald, so you have to do it for all of the available ones. In many cases, there are star rings. I don't remember if it's star rings. I'm just going to go with star rings. But in many cases, there are star rings that are losable in the sense that once you get to a certain point in the stage, you cannot go back. And in some cases, you either have to double back to get stuff, or you have to find like completely bullshit like hidden pathways, or you have to essentially play perfectly in some areas to be able to get to some of the areas where these are at. So Sonic Advance 2 sucks ass to actually get to the final boss, and I 100%ed it for Sonic Weekathon 4 Advance also, so I had to do it twice. It was not a lot of fun. It is among my less... What's such a bummer is I think the game is quite good, but it's not good trying to get to the final boss for it. That part is terrible. On the flip side, we have Kirby Battle Royale, a game that I think was mostly or entirely played me and Lindsay. This one, if I remember correctly, it's you play as Kirby or Kirby's, doing sort of like Mario Party type mini games with like Kirby abilities and stuff, and it's essentially like missions. Like you clear those as missions as part of a thing. And if you move up the ranks enough, eventually you fight DDD in a boss battle, and then you fight the DD Destroyer Z, which is I think reference to the big robot from one of the mini games of Kirby's Return to Dreamland. Charming little thing. I'm looking forward to getting back into it. I don't know how. I think we're probably that the goal there is like platinum medals or something, but charming little game. It's kind of cute. If anything, it's they should bring it back again. I don't know. I think it'd be kind of fun. But yeah, Sonic Advance 2 versus Kirby Battle Royale. After that, we have ToeJam and Earl Back in the Groove versus Nickelodeon All-Star Brawl. So ToeJam and Earl Back in the Groove. So this is a game that we covered for 90 Minute Nails. We had CJ and, oh my God, who else? Sanchez, I think, was there for this one too. Like, we had a bunch of folks for this. The game is the fourth ToeJam and Earl game. I want to say it was a Kickstarter game, made I think by the original creators of ToeJam and Earl, and the game is, for all intents and purposes, another ToeJam and Earl 1. It's straight up the exact same format of game. You're on Earth. You're trying to ascend levels. You grab presents to get powers again. You're collecting your ship parts. All of the classic stuff is back. To the point where I think the first level, like your starting level, might be the same starting level from ToeJam and Earl 1, but and I think level 0 also exists for this one. My biggest complaints about the game are that it is essentially just ToeJam and Earl again, and also the art style. There's parts about the art style I like, but the world is 3D, but like assets are 2D. So everything's got this like papery sort of thing going on. But like it's not fully animated like walk cycles in your standard way. It's literally like, all right, here's your walk cycle, and it's like very skeletal, if that makes sense. So you'll have ToeJam, it'll be his torso kind of does one of these, and his arms are separately doing this, but you can see like the edge of the arm where it connects to the shoulder, and like the legs are kind of like it would have been better to just go straight up sprites or fully 3D. I think fully 3D would have probably just been the best way to go, to be dead honest. It makes it feel very cheap, which is a shame because ToeJam and Earl is a fun game, and so is Back in the Groove, but it does feel cheap that way. On the other side, we have Nickelodeon All-Star Brawl, which is functionally just Nickelodeon and Viacom deciding they want to do Smash Brothers. That's literally the premise, and the gameplay is quite literally just Smash Brothers. Smash Brothers 4 and Ultimate specifically. I think this got a sequel. I think there's an All-Star Brawl 2. What's weird about, at the very least when we first played it might have gotten patched out or patched in later, but like there's no voices in the first game. I think in the second game they added voice acting, but in the first game there's like no voices. The music was extremely generic sounding. I don't know if we actually recognized any of the music in the game. And like for a company whose whole thing, broadly speaking, has been its 2D hand animated content, translating all of these characters to 3D models definitely makes everything feel uncanny and weird. I think, as the flip side to ToeJam and Earl, I think that this game would have landed better with me, at least, if it was 2D characters, like in that hand-drawn art style for like sprites or models or what have you. Everybody being in 3D just kind of exposes how weird the lighting is and how sort of lifeless a lot of the character models are. The areas you fight on don't feel normal because they're also in 3D, so they're less recognizably what they are. It's just like the vibes are all off, is essentially what I'm getting at. I haven't played... I think there's a sequel, and if there is, I have not played it, but I don't know anything about it, and it wouldn't matter for this anyway. But ToeJam and Earl Back in the Groove versus Nickelodeon All-Star Brawl. All right, after that, we have Game & Watch Gallery 4 versus Wario Land 3. So Game & Watch Gallery 4, this is a game that we technically didn't play all of. What we played, well, I don't think I played the thing on camera, but you have to do stuff to unlock. There's a Zelda game in the Game & Watch Gallery for, I think, Game Boy Advance. Might be Game Boy Color. I think it's Game Boy Advance. And it's essentially... So if you've never played the Game & Watch Gallery series, they were essentially handheld, like, you know, Game Boy Advance, DS, what have you, versions of classic Game & Watch games. Because there was a Zelda Game & Watch from the 80s, or maybe the 90s. I think it was the 80s. Not to be confused with the more recent Zelda Game & Watch that has Zelda 1, Zelda 1, 2? Does it have... I don't know. I know it's got the original Zelda and Link's Awakening. I don't know if it's got Zelda 2 or if it's got A Link to the Past. Actually, does it have Link's Awakening even? I don't remember now. Regardless, the one that's got NES Zelda on it is the newer one. This isn't that. So I had to unlock the Zelda game in Game & Watch Gallery 4, and then we played that, and it was actually the bulk of what we did for the Zelda Electronic Games video. And in this one, it's basically dungeon crawling. You are ascending through 8 different labyrinths to face a boss, which I think is just a big dragon in each of them. You can get a tomahawk to do a ton of extra damage. You can get Water of Life, which I think just revives you. Pretty straightforward game. It gets pretty challenging, but it's a pretty fun one, honestly. It was a pretty good time. Wario Land 3 is a game we played for a Super Mario Wario-thon. This one, Wario Land 3 is basically just Wario Land 2, but for Game Boy Color in the first place. It just has a lot more vibrant stuff going on. The sprites are very similar, I think. Might literally be the same sprites in some cases, but I believe this is the one where you ultimately wind up fighting like Rudy, the big clown, at the end after you're collecting all these treasures and things. I like this one quite a bit. I can't decide if I like this better or worse than 2. I guess it's a tough call. I like 2's sort of branching thing quite a bit, so like I don't know, it's sort of a toss-up there. I do like 1 and Virtual Boy better, though. But I do like 3 better than 4, and I definitely like all of the numbered ones better than Shake It. But yeah, fun time there. I don't have a lot to say about this one because it was just one that we did for a stream, and it was a solo one. Game & Watch Gallery 4 was John and I for that, for the electronic games. But yeah, Game & Watch Gallery 4 versus Wario Land 3. After that, we have the Jackbox Party Pack 5 versus Motocross Championship. So Jackbox 5. So this is one that we played for a few Patreon hangouts. It's so weird to say this, in the 2010s. Like it was like 2018, 2019, something like that. But we played it for a few of those. It came back as one of the games that we played for special delivery after we were done playing the 10 Ludum Dare games. And then we got to play it as part of Jackathon, where we played all of them, but we went through sequentially for those. Party Pack 5 is the one that contains You Don't Know Jack Full Stream, which is basically just You Don't Know Jack again, obviously new questions, but it's more updated for like stream content, quality of life stuff, because like Jackbox Party Pack 1 and 2 were really not geared very well towards like live online play, so there were like quality of life adjustments made there. This one also has Split the Room, which I think if I remember correctly, the idea is you had to come up with responses to prompts that were like not necessarily yes or no, but binary choices, and your goal was to split the room as evenly as possible. If you could get 50-50, then you get the most points. There was also Madverse City, which is the essentially like assisted rap verse creation game. Like you get parts to a verse and then you write the end of it, and rinse, lather, rinse, repeat in order to come up with various robot raps, because you're making these for like giant towering mechas. They look like big Transformers or Zords. This is the origin of James Games 2K's, line that rhymes, line I never learned how to read. There are other great lines in there. It's been one of the more memeable Jackbox Party Pack games. There's also Zeepeldome, which is one that is very tough to do online, so we took advantage of Jackathon being in person to play some of that, because it's one where you're just like a bunch of little colorful dudes slingshotting yourself around the arena to defeat enemies and stuff. And last but not least, can I remember it, was Patently Stupid. And this is one where people get a prompt and draw something out, and then someone else has, I think, a minute to essentially sell the product. You have to convincingly sell the product, and then I think at the end people vote on whether they were convinced or not. So yeah, there's some pretty good stuff in there. I'm always a fan of You Don't Know Jack. Madverse City is always a good time. Split the Room is pretty good if you're feeling in the realm of like a Fibbage but not quite Fibbage, or Quiplash but not quite Quiplash. It's a little differently like directed. Motocross Championship is a motocross BMX racing game. You're on BMX bikes. The frame rate was not great, though that might have been our tech setup for this. We played this for the Complete 32X. I believe it was Sarah and myself. It's one of those racing games where you're like able to punch and kick people nearby to try to knock them around, which means the computer is very good at that and the human player is not very good at that. Basically, it's like if you did an over-the-shoulder Excite bike and everyone was much more violent. I don't recall liking it all that much. There was a humongous HUD, UI situation on the bottom of the screen, so you had a very wide field of play, which is not great for. I mean, it's okay, but like when you're doing a like heads up thing, it's more important to be able to see depth than it is to see like really far to your left or right. But yeah, the Jackbox Party Pack 5 versus Motocross Championship. Next up, we have Mega Man Powered Up versus Super Kirby Clash. So Mega Man Powered Up is the PSP. We already talked about Mega Man Maverick Hunter X. This Mega Man Powered Up is to Mega Man 1 what Maverick Hunter X was to Mega Man X. More cartoony in its design, very chibified designs, the super deformed style. This is a game where, if I recall correctly, friend of the show, Cole Howard, didn't know him at the time, but like we didn't know who, this game predates the D-pad, but I think he was the voice of Mega Man in this one, which was back in like, oh my god, 2007, something like that. But the idea is there are essentially two modes to the game. There's three modes to the game. It's not even technically true, but as far as pick up and play, there are three modes to the game. There is the original Mega Man 1, where essentially the entirety of Mega Man 1 is remade in this new engine, but everything is coded to be exactly the same or nearly exactly the same to the original. So, like, the physics are essentially the same, the layout of the levels is the same, the weapons act the same, move at the same speed, move at the same patterns, all of that stuff. The screen is, in fact, even, like, crunched in a little bit to do the, like, NES-style resolution. There's also a new style, so that's old style. New style changes things up. It adds an intro level similar to later classic Mega Man and Mega Man X games. The level designs, I think, are fully remade from scratch. Once you've beaten the game, you gain the ability to play as other characters besides Mega Man, which is extremely cool. And I think a handful of the physics and things are tweaked and stuff too. Enemy attack patterns are changed. I think the music is updated. all sorts of stuff going on. Really, really amazing game. The third mode is the challenge mode, which is where we spent, about 80% of the entire Let's Play, because you get 100 challenges, and they seemed okay at first, and then they ramped up to an insane degree by the end of it all. These are ungodly hard challenges in the end. We did get through them all, I think, but it definitely took a while. Essentially, anytime we see a mission mode or a challenge mode that has 100, like a board of 100 challenges, we just got to walk away. Mega Man Powered Up did it. Sonic Rush Adventure did it. Sonic Adventure DX, I think, had 120, not 100. There was one more that came to mind, and I missed that. You could make an argument for like Kirby Air Ride also, which had, I think, 3 boards of 120 apiece or something along those lines. But yeah, so very cool game, and it's criminal that we did not get a Mega Man Powered Up 2. That shit would have sold like crazy, and low-key, I think the PSP would have itself also benefited greatly from that. Super Kirby Clash, I think we've already talked about Team Kirby Clash Deluxe. This is the next iteration of that. This was a Switch game. We're going to have up to 4 players in the Dream Kingdom taking on various enemies. This we did as part of the Dreamy Let's Play. The last one we did, Mega Man Powered Up, was part of the Mega Let's Play. It's all like gem apples as your payment for going in. Very challenging. Like, it's essentially mini bosses or bosses as your only fights in this game. Along with some new... And I believe this one also had some surprising returning faces, too. I forget if it was Team Kirby Clash Deluxe or this one that featured, like, Nightmare making a surprise reappearance and stuff. Looking forward to getting back into this because I actually did, quite like this one. Even if some of those episodes were quite long. But, fun times. We got Mega Man Powered Up versus Super Kirby Clash. All right, next up we have Mrs. Dad versus Corv versus Stardew Valley, the board game. Mrs. Dad versus Corv. So this is a game we played for OUYA Oh No, and it is technically 2 separate, at least game modes. I don't know if these were originally released as completely distinct games, and they were just packaged together for this. But on the main menu, you have the option to go into 2 doors, one of which is named... a person's name, apostrophe S, Mrs. Dad, and on the other side is Corv. Mrs. Dad is a, grid-based, like, shooting game. So there's like a game that you can play, like a competitive game you can play with a friend using like graph paper or paper that's got a grid of dots, and you like draw a line between 2 dots, and then they draw a line, and like as you close things up, you claim them. Imagine that grid, and that's your movement grid for this game, like grid of dots, or if you imagine like spreadsheet, graphing paper or something. So you move along these dots, you can pick up items, and you can face your opponent and shoot them with like lasers and stuff. Not a lot going on there beyond that. Corv is a game where you play as a burger who can pick up eggs, and as you grab eggs, you bring them back to your home base to score them. It looks like a soccer field, but you're not playing soccer, and you're trying to bring things back to your own goal, not to your opponent's goal. This was myself, Ben Lindsay. I think that might have been it. Strange game. We got 17 minutes out of it, though. Like, I don't know how the hell we did it, but strange game. Stardew Valley, the board game, is one that Dave streamed with folks a while back. This was the other tabletop simulator game, along with The Legend of Zelda Hyrule Fantasy. I don't know a ton about Stardew Valley, the board game. I know there's a physical board game as well. My understanding is that it's like a... I was going to say resource management. That's not entirely accurate, though. It seems like it's more like resource building game. There's a name for that. I'm struggling to remember it off the top of my head. But you are essentially tending to the farm. I think it's cooperative. I'm not really sure. For this one, I would recommend just going and watching the video to get a sense of it. It was just the one stream, so there's not a ton going on there as far as, you know, how much volume there is. But yeah, Mrs. Dad versus Corv versus Stardew Valley, the board game. Then after that, we have Pokemon Let's Go Eevee versus NBA Jam Tournament Edition. Pokemon Let's Go Eevee was my half of the Let's Go Pikachu versus Eevee padlock that John and I did probably around 5 years ago, maybe 4. This is the one that came before Brilliant Diamond Shining Pearl, which came before the current Heart Gold and Soul Silver run. So for this one, John went with Pikachu as his starter. I went with Eevee. I figured Eevee would be, like, I don't know, more interesting. And pretty cool game. I think I moved through it faster than John did. Actually, yeah, I don't know. I think John tried to play it safe a lot, and I was a little more aggressive. I'm trying to remember how this one went down. But we reached a point where after 6 matches, I was up 4-2, and it's truly one of the greatest collapses in the history of this channel, because I figured, all right, we're going to go into our 7th match after we fight Blaine, and then either I win and I've won the whole thing, or I lose and then we very quickly go to Giovanni, we fight Giovanni, and we go again. But the difference there is John had used up all of his candy and I had a bunch left. So I was like, all right, I'll just use my candy. I'll have a bunch more levels for this and we'll be good to go. Except during the extremely short period between Blaine and Giovanni, where in Fire Red and Leaf Green, they add in a side quest to the Sevi Islands to kind of make that a little bit less compressed. Here instead, Professor Oak is like, hey, come back to the lab. I've got something for you. And he gives you Mega Stones for the 3 starters. And John had a Charizard because of course he did. And I didn't have any of the Gen 1 starters because I wanted to not be boring. And the end result was his Mega Charizard just absolutely flattened my entire team for the 8th gym, because I lost the 7th gym. I lost the 7th challenge, 7th face-off. 8th face-off was the same, and then we got to our final face-off, and I don't remember why, but I could not pull it together. Devastating to have lost after being up 4-2. I got my revenge in Brilliant Diamond Shining Pearl, though. I actually properly strategized for that one, and it paid off. Great game, though. Great series. I don't know how I feel about the game Let's Go Eevee. I think that the Pokemon Go mechanics were a little bit odd, and I kind of hope they don't come back. But if they do a Let's Go Johto, we'll be ready for it. NBA Jam Tournament Edition. I mean, it's NBA Jam. It's one of the classics of the arcades. We played this for the Complete 32X. Jeff and I played, I forget if it was 1 match or 2. Again, it's NBA Jam. Everybody knows this one. He's on fire! And all of that stuff. Solid game. There's not a lot to say about it. It was fun. As an episode, we just kind of let loose for a while. I don't know if any like highly memeable stuff came out of it, but it was just a fun episode to record. So that one at least you can go and check out if you haven't seen it before. But Pokemon Let's Go Eevee versus NBA Jam Tournament Edition. You know, it's funny that I just talked about Brilliant Diamond Shining Pearl because our next matchup is Super Mario Bros. 2 versus Pokemon Shining Pearl. Mario Bros. 2, we played for the NES Classic Edition. Yet another game that really needs no introduction. This one was Ben and I messing around with this for a full episode. I like Mario 2. It's a very fun example of a game that was not meant to be a Mario game becoming a Mario game. And it's always a good time. I don't think there's ever been a time where I've been like, I don't want to play Mario 2. Like, it's a game that you can always kind of get into and fuck around with and have fun. And we had some fun with that one. I forget how far in we got. It was probably like halfway into the game. We didn't finish it. We might have even gotten a game over because I think it was the one where you're flying the birds that I was going to say ostro, but those are the ostriches. I think they might just be called albatrosses, that the big red birds that fly around and you have to like jump on one going the wrong way and then jump on more going the right way. But yeah, Mario 2 is a grand old time. Pokemon Shining Pearl was John's half of the Brilliant Diamond versus Shining Pearl run. I think we've already talked about Brilliant Diamond at this point. I think. And this is John's side of it. I don't remember who went faster through this one. I know that John was just trying to like hustle a little bit after a certain point. This one got stretched out by quite a bit just because included in the mix with this was Sarah and I moving out of the Boston area and into our house, which is an hour plus outside of Boston, which, like, granted, John always has kind of a crazy schedule, so scheduling things with him has been, its own whole thing for a bit, but moving out of Boston did make that tougher. So that made, especially early on into being here, so it's gotten a little bit better since, and we're working on stuff there. But Shining Pearl definitely got stretched out a decent amount, but we did eventually get through it. I emerged victorious in the end, so as John wrapped up the final face-off after his Elite Four run and fight against Cynthia, that was the end for him. It's the first padlock that he has lost at the, like, having gone all the way. I think I had already won by that point. Like, I don't think it was something that was like a final battle type thing. Like, it was a pretty decisive win, if I remember correctly. I'm just like looking it up real quick, and of course the lighting is going to change because of the screen that's this close here. But I won 7-2. It's the most decisive padlock since X and Y, where John won 7-2 against me. So yeah. Long series, as all the Pokemon ones are, but if you want to check out how we handled the remakes of Gen 4, you can check out the link in the attachments on challenge.com. Super Mario Bros. 2 versus Pokemon Shining Pearl. After that, we have Mega Man 11 versus NHL 94. Mega Man 11. So, the Mega Let's Play, as we were planning to wrap up the Mega Let's Play, Mega Man 11 got announced as part of the 30th anniversary celebrations for Mega Man, so we altered course and prepared for that. We got to play it at E3, which was a grand old time. We got to do the Blockman stage, fight Blockman. It was fantastic. We got to play it on the channel as a full Let's Play series. I think this was one of the, if not the first series that Jeff was involved with. And it was great. I was sad that it was over because it was so good to finally have a new Mega Man game again. The difference between, so I was 23, maybe even 22 when Mega Man 10 came out. When Mega Man 11 came out, I was, I think, 31. So Mega Man 10 coming out when I was like, I don't actually know if I was out of college yet. I think I was still in college when Mega Man 10 came out. So I entered the adult world, and then there was not a new Mega Man game for the remainder of my 20s. And then I turned 31, and we had Mega Man 11 shortly after. It was great to get to play it. The music is good. The gameplay is good. I'm looking forward to Mega Man Dual Override, which is coming out presumably after I turned 40, so I'm not really sure how I love the idea of only getting one new Mega Man game every decade of what's left of my life. But yeah, Mega Man 11 was a really good time. I got to try the Dr. Light's challenge and all of that, or Dr. Light's trial and all those too. NHL 94 is one that we played for the second games as our ice hockey event. We had Evil Hippie as our commentator for this one. We have been pulling him in for the traditional American sports, major league sport events. He's got a great the way that American major league sports, if you're not from the U.S., gets announced. There's a very radio voice that goes along with it in a very particular way, and I think that Teddy's got a solid voice for that, and he's very knowledgeable. So it's a nice pairing of talents there to be able to give us a great color commentary for the sporting events. For the third games does have a Major League American sport in there, so he's already the first person that I am offering that one up to. But yeah, NHL 94 by some considered still the best hockey video game. I forget if this was for the Genesis or the Super Nintendo. I think it was for the Super Nintendo. And it's just really, really, really fucking good. It controls so smooth. Really clean. The transition to 3D was not super great for the NHL brand in general. I've heard that there are a few decent ones in the 3D era, but 94 is still the one that people tend to cite as being like just still the best. So figured it makes sense for this. And I had played it before, and I could vouch for the quality of the game. So I was like, all right, let's just go with this. This will make sense. So yeah, Mega Man 11 versus NHL 94. After that, we have 𝗂𝗟𝗧𝗏 versus Dice Legacy. 𝗂𝗟𝗧𝗏 is an app, not a game, that we looked at for OUYA Oh No, and it is exactly what it sounds like. It is a clock app for the OUYA. It was free, which was the only thing that it was the only rule for what we were downloading and checking out for OUYA Oh No. It was free. We had not set the date and time on our console, so it was literally, it opened the episode with the wrong time. And it's a clock. It was Jeff and Ben and I. There's literally nothing else to say. It's a clock. It was a funny fucking episode to record, because we recorded a full episode out of it somehow, including us navigating a bunch of OUYA menus, including us setting the date and time, which required the use of the touchpad in the center of the controller. For some reason, they didn't have normal button controls for that. You had to use the mouse, and it was like drag and drop to like physically spin or physically scroll through like the month and date and hour and minute and all of that. So it was a disaster, but funny fucking video. Dice Legacy is a game that Dave streamed a while back. I believe the idea is that this is a I keep wanting to say life sim, but it's not really life sim. It's one of those like builder games where it's not quite an idle game, but it's got idle game qualities to it. But you're building up a settlement and all of this, and I believe the idea is that you roll dice to determine what kind of work can be done, like construction or like I don't know, creating things. But the point being, like, you roll the dice, and then I believe the idea is whatever's facing up, that is now the thing that you can put to something, which is kind of an interesting way of doing that. I assume that at certain points you can re-roll dice, which means that you're not stuck. One of the bigger problems with like settlement building idle games is that once you have certain groups of people, they just kind of do a thing forever. Like, oh, here's your cook. They're always in the kitchen, and that's just what they do. So I think this mixes that up pretty nicely. I believe it was just the one stream. I don't think there was any more of that. This was just like a one-off thing. But if you haven't checked it out, I would definitely give it a look. Same with the rest of Dave's streams. 𝗂𝗟𝗧𝗏 versus Dice Legacy. After that, we have Spyro Year of the Dragon versus Surgical Strike. Spyro Year of the Dragon. This is one we played for. It was the third and final entry in our Spyro pre-Ignited Trilogy series. It is. There's more going on here than in Ripto's Rage, but I think that might be to its detriment after a certain point. So along with Spyro having essentially all the same abilities from the last game, this also included skateboard segments, which we made fun of a lot. It also includes a bunch of new friends who then also have their own missions they can go on. So, like, in the same way that Sparks has missions, now you've got Agent 9, I think, or Agent 8, Agent 9, who goes on his missions. There's the kangaroo that goes on missions. Like, there's all these animal buddies that go on different missions and things, which mixes in a lot of different gameplay styles, which can be a little tough to grapple at times. You're fighting against the sorceress. You got Bianca, who is your enemy turned friend in the end. I feel like there was just like a little bit too much going on, and so the pacing felt strange, and it just felt like it was kind of all over the place in that sort of regard. This one was mostly myself and Sarah, and I believe Jeff for a good chunk of it. And yeah, so now we're playing other Spyro games. Surgical Strike. This is another one of those FMV type games we played for the Complete 32X. This one's nuts because you're like riding a decked out hoverboard, like, but it's armored, and you're riding down streets in, like, if you imagine every like dystopian future wasteland type movie from the 80s that imagine like in the year 2004 LA will be a war zone type things. That's the vibe of this. What's adorable is the gameplay loop is you've got a camera like moving through a city that is made of miniatures, and then you've got a reticle that you control, and occasionally stuff will be like, oh, and this window is like a targetable zone, and you shoot the window and everything blows up, or you don't and they shoot at you, and that's kind of the whole game. It moves so fast, and your reticle moves so slow that you are almost guaranteed to fuck shit up. It was a hilarious video because it was so chaotic and weird, but certainly not my favorite game on the system, that's for sure. Yeah, so it's console play, so there's just the one episode for it, but Spyro Year of the Dragon versus Surgical Strike. After that, we have Donut County versus Night Trap. Donut County, this is one that I streamed solo at one point, and sadly, the stream is not in great condition in the sense that we were having frame rate issues, and also there were both windstorms in the area and Twitch was having outages itself. So we kept disconnecting all over the place, and we kind of had to stitch together what we could of the VOD. The game itself is very charming. You are essentially piloting a hole in the ground that swallows stuff up, and a bunch of characters are underground and deciding to leave eventually. And there's a whole cute, charming story that comes from all of this, but you are literally piloting a hole in the ground and making stuff fall into it. There are tons of imitators on mobile devices right now that just do you're a hole in the ground and you're swallowing stuff, but nothing compares to Donut County. It's just a very, very good game. On the other side, we have Night Trap, a game that we played twice, once for the Complete 32X with the 32X version, once for the Sega Genesis Mini 2 with the, I believe, Sega CD version of the game. What's interesting is that the user interface for the two games are drastically different. I don't know why. There's not really a reason that they need to look so different, but they look very, very different. They might have been, it's possible that they were developed by two different, companies or teams or something. I don't know. But so if you're not familiar with Night Trap, it is an infamous FMV video game where you are playing as some member of a government agency. I don't remember if the agency gets named, but you are surveilling a family home where the home, like I think there's like a bunch of girls that come back from a party. I think one of the girls, the one who lives there, like her brother also is around, and there's some of that. Like there's just like things going on around the house in general. It's almost sitcom-y in how they film this. But while this is going on, there are these weird, like, what were those little like thumb dudes from Spy Kids? They almost look like those, but they're completely in black. Like, they lean in a weird way that gives them sort of a gorilla-like stance. They're very, like, chunky, but they're, like, wandering the house, and if you mess up, they will capture or kill members of the household. So you have to keep activating traps and things to save people. But the problem is you have no real indication of when stuff is going down. You just have to keep bouncing between the 8 cameras to figure out what's happening. This is a game where you basically take notes to see like what time you need to be paying attention to which room in order to progress. But weird game. I think once one of the two I did it with Jeff. I think one of the two was with Peter. It'd be fun to go back and play it again sometime, especially because it got re-released onto modern systems fairly recently. But yeah, weird game. Donut County versus Night Trap. After that, we have Kirby Star Allies versus Blood Bowl 3. Kirby Star Allies. So this was, I think, the first Kirby game for the Switch. I think. It was a 4-player cooperative game similar to Kirby's Return to Dreamland, though honestly, way better balanced. Holy cow. Kirby's Return to Dreamland, if you weren't playing as Kirby, you may as well not have even been there. Star Allies changes that completely in a bunch of different ways. You can pick from a variety of different characters to play as. I believe player 1 has to be Kirby, unless you're playing the extra mode, I think Heroes in Another Dimension, where you can't play as Kirby at all. I think this is the one where you can like mix and match powers a little bit. Like if someone has a weapon-based power, like spear or sword or something, someone else can hit you with fire or hit you with an elemental ability, and it will power up your ability to become like fire sword, electric, staff, or what have you. This is the one where you're fighting against like the 3 Sage Sisters, and all of that stuff. Off in Another Dimension, all of that. Very cool game. Honestly, looking at the Kirby pantheon of games, it seems obvious that this and Triple Deluxe are the 2 games that are likeliest to get remade next. I think they're probably... Here's the way I see it. If Sakurai is working on Smash 6 at the moment, then I expect that probably Triple Deluxe will get a remake. But this could also be a possibility, so that Kirby has a chance to do something while Smash is being developed. If Smash is not being developed, I would expect a new Kirby game entirely, and then the next one after that will be a remake of some sort, is my assumption. But it was a fun game. We had a bunch of people for this. I think we had like John and Ben and Sarah and Lindsay, and like we just kind of kept having a bunch of people for it. Grand old time. Blood Bowl 3 is one that Dave streamed once when it was in closed beta, I think. And this was essentially a like tabletop variation on just a football game. You've got your army versus the other army on a big football field, and you have tabletop dice rolling, like tactics and maneuvers and battling in order to get to the other end of the field and score. A very cool concept. I really like that a lot. I think there's just the one stream for the closed beta, so I don't think he's played like the finished game, but if it's something that intrigues you, then you should check out the link and see what that's all about. Maybe even try out the full game. But yeah, Kirby Star Allies versus Blood Bowl 3. After that, we have the Too Much Tingle Pack versus Metroid Fusion. Too Much Tingle Pack. So this is one that we did for the Legendary Let's Play, and we also did it simultaneously, rather. We did it as an Empty Video Game Nerd episode, which I think was perfect because I don't know how we would have covered this otherwise. Because Too Much Tingle Pack was a Japanese DSi, I believe, app where it was essentially... God, this is a weird reference, but on the Game Boy Color at one point, there was a pair of Austin Powers and Dr. Evil themed app games where there was a little platforming game in there, but there was also like a word processor and like a calendar app and stuff. This is similar. It has I think tarot reading. It has a countdown timer. It has a calculator, I think. It's got 5 apps that are in there. One of which just fully crashes the game. But Dustin did a hilarious job with this. Did quite a lot with very little, we'll say. So I definitely recommend checking that out. Metroid Fusion is one that I played for the Screwy Let's Play about 4 or 5 years ago. This is the Game Boy Advance entry, or the first Game Boy Advance entry, because then we had Zero Mission as well. But this was the 4th mainline Metroid game, following up Super Metroid, literally like a decade later. So this one features Samus on a space station, which sounds like the intro to a Metroid game, but instead this is the whole game. One of what, 2? I think Other M is the other one where you spend the entire time on a space station. I think every other time you're on one or more planets, sometimes including space stations, but you are headed in because there's an outbreak, I believe, of the 𝗥𝗙𝗘𝗧𝗧, and you are trying to figure out what's going on with that. This is the game where Samus gets bitten, something with the 𝗥𝗙𝗘𝗧𝗧, which leads into ultimately leads into Metroid Dread and how that stuff gets handled. But very challenging game in more than a few ways. The bosses are pretty difficult, but also it's a very linear game. The game is actually extremely linear up until right before the final boss. The guardrails suddenly come off and you can go everywhere. And this is also the game that introduced SAX as one of the many Samus clones in the series. And this one is like scary. I would say far scarier than Dark Samus, who is like very aggressive and, you know, is already an existing character, but that's a spoiler. SAX is like this zombie, essentially. So I think the idea was, I'm trying to remember if it was an X-Parasite or if it was because of like the events of Super Metroid and the energy that got into Samus' suit, but you have to have your suit removed at one point, and you have a different suit for the game that's like this weird bio suit. But your old suit winds up becoming animated thanks to the X-Parasites, because the X-Parasites can sort of create copies of stuff that they've absorbed, life, bio data from. But so there's essentially an evil Samus that's hulking around, stalking you all over the place. It's very Resident Evil. It's very like Nemesis Mr. X. And there's like a music sting when it enters the room. Most of the time you have to go and hide in some way, or it's just going to obliterate you right then and there. Genuinely pretty scary. Of all of the like scare, portions of Metroid games, I'd say that's pretty far up there. I'd say it's better than Dark Samus, who doesn't do like the scares too much, but I would also say better than the Emmys too. But yeah, so Too Much TimeSplitters versus Metroid Fusion. After that, we have 𝗥𝗢𝗡𝗥 versus Neverwinter Nights Enhanced Edition. 𝗥𝗢𝗡𝗥 is an NES motocross style like bike racing game. It's so fun. I didn't realize this was in the same list when I was talking about motocross championships before. But yeah, we played this for the NES Classic Edition, and eventually it was also in the first games as our cycling event, I believe, with 𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏 as our commentator. Shout out 𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏. Yeah, 𝗥𝗢𝗡𝗥 is another one of those just classic hard NES games. You can also build, alongside there being pre-existing tracks to race along, you can also build them yourself, which was very rare at the time. It's crazy that was in there. But it's essentially, you have these like dirt bike courses that you're trying to navigate and all of that. You're trying to stay out of the dirt. You're trying to stay on platforms and on the track. You're trying not to run into other bikes because you'll tumble and fall. Very straightforward. Fun time, hard game. Always a classic. Neverwinter Nights. So this is one that Jeff and crew played a handful of years back. Did quite a lot of streams, actually. This was like a good 6+ month endeavor on that side. Jeff was in there. Dave. Peter was in there for a chunk of time. Beans. Evil Hippie. I think Division was in there for an episode or something, or maybe more. And it's Neverwinter Nights. I believe Neverwinter Nights is, oh God, people are going to be up my ass if I get this wrong. I think Neverwinter Nights is part of the D&D umbrella. I think. I don't recall off the top of my head. What's like where my head's at right now is I'm pretty sure it takes place in the same like region that at the time it was not a very common region in D&D, but nowadays it gets used a lot more, including D&D Honor Among Thieves, the movie from a few years back. I think I could be wrong, but yeah, it's a big meaty series on that as they're exploring and adventuring and all of that jazz. So if you haven't seen it before, definitely at least flick through there, if not check out the whole thing. 𝗥𝗢𝗡𝗥 versus Neverwinter Nights Enhanced Edition. Next up is Shovel Knight Treasure Trove versus Zaxxon's Mother Base 2000. Shovel Knight Treasure Trove. So this is one that we did twice. The first time around was John playing it back in California. I believe he had Dave Lopez on with him for those. He might have had Anthony as well. And for this, it was just Spectre of Torment, which was pretty new at the time. And I don't think he got all the way through the game, but he got a decent ways into it. checking out a handful of the stuff that was going on in there. Eventually, later on, I wound up streaming the entirety of Treasure Trove, which meant Shovel of Hope, which is essentially the original Shovel Knight, Plague of Shadows, Spectre of Torment, King of Cards, and also Shovel Knight Showdown, which was, I think, included in that pack as well. I think at the end of the day, the original and Spectre of Torment were probably my favorites, followed by Plague of Shadows, and then probably King of Cards at the end. I don't know, you can only play so much Triple Triad and its offshoots before you start getting bored of seeing that in games. So, but that's just a me thing. But yeah, classic Shovel Knight helped make indie games popular again. So all the credit in the world there. If you haven't seen those before, then by all means check out the attached links in the challenge page. 𝗤𝗏𝗡𝗏's Mother Base 2000 is a game we played for the Complete 32X, and it's another isometric shoot 'em up. But this time, while the background sprites are nice and crisp as usual, the actual ships are these big, blocky Virtua-style models, and it's so jarring. It's a very tough game. It seemed like it was fine, but after a while, you get so many shoot 'em up games that it's hard to tell a bunch of them apart. It's a console play, so we only have the one video. So if you haven't seen it before, if it's not familiar to you, you can go check the link out and see how that one goes. I believe that one was Jeff and I. Shovel Knight Treasure Trove versus 𝗤𝗏𝗡𝗏's Mother Base 2000. All right, next up we have Kirby and the Amazing Mirror versus PlayStation VR Worlds. So Kirby and the Amazing Mirror, this is one we played as part of the Dreamy Let's Play. This is the one that's essentially it's so odd. It's essentially a Kirby... I almost want to call it a Metroidvania, and we kind of joked about it being a Metroidvania, but I wouldn't say that it necessarily is, because you gain access to things by going the long way and then opening up shortcuts. So it's more like a Bloodborne type scenario, where you just have, you have shortcut things that you can do later, which isn't even a Bloodborne thing, on its own, but that was just the first example that comes to mind. So I guess it's just sort of more of a sprawling map. Like, there's a lot of branching paths. The map gives you a vague idea where stuff is, but sometimes there's stuff that's a little bit more hidden and obscure. This is one that can be played multiplayer. Up to 4, I think, players can connect through, I assume, Game Link cables to... You communicate through, like, Kirby phones and stuff. There's also other Kirbys in the game controlled by the CPU, and you're collecting all these things to fight is it Dark Nebula or Dark Star? I can never remember, because there was a period in time where, like, a bunch of Kirby final bosses were just Dark something. But this, I think, this game might have also been where 𝗥𝗏𝗡𝗏𝗧 first came from, because I think he pops out of the mirror, or maybe he gets thrown into the mirror. I forget, because there's also the Kirby of the mirror dimension, and there's also Dark Meta Knight. There's a lot of stuff going on there, but it's a neat enough game. It's a little awkward to get used to how everything kind of works for it, but it's an all right game. We had an okay time with it. It came back for the Nightmare streams, just for a one stream, because there's really not a lot to... I forget if we went out of our way to try it. I think we were trying to 100% the game as we were playing it, because we played it before the Nightmare streams were even an idea, and there was so little else in there beyond the main game that we're like, let's just 100% it. And finding, like, the last thing took forever, and then we did the boss endurance, and it crashed in the middle of it, so we're just like, let's just be done. So we brought it back for a Nightmare stream, did the boss endurance. It took like an hour and a half. But not a lot happening there. On the other side, we have PlayStation VR Worlds. So this is one... I want to say this is pack-in content. It might not be. It might have been a separate disc. But if you buy the PlayStation VR headset, which Sarah did, then you get the disc PlayStation VR Worlds. That's essentially a tech demo for the VR headset, in the same way as, like, Wii Sports or Nintendo Switch 2 Welcome Tour, Astro's Playroom for the PS4. 5, forget which, things like that, though. And so we used this for the second games, I think, for the luge event, because there's essentially a luge game within the VR Worlds set, and you like use your head to kind of like lean, and that's how you do your turning. It's really intense. It's really fast paced. The video that's up, or the videos, because we also have a synchronized one. The videos that are up do not adequately showcase how intense it feels to have the VR headset on while this is happening, because it is like you can turn your head and look at and like see other stuff. So it's just like a lot that's happening around you as everything's whizzing past. But I'm realizing, who did we have for the 𝗥𝗡𝗏? We had 𝗥𝗡𝗏 as our commentator for that one. So thank you, 𝗥𝗡𝗏, who is in the competition for this one as well. So we'll see if that one winds up advancing to the next one here. But yeah, Kirby and the Amazing Mirror versus PlayStation VR Worlds. After that, we have the Resident Evil 2 remake versus the Jackbox Party Pack 8. So Resident Evil 2, yeah. So this was kind of, I guess it was the first of the new era of Resident Evil remakes, because now we've gotten 2, 3, 4, and we're getting Code Veronica, I think it's just going to be called Resident Evil Veronica now. And they've been wildly successful off the back of Resident Evil 7 Biohazard, kind of blowing the doors off the place. And also Resident Evil 2 is, I think, still my favorite remake that they've done so far. I was a little bit disappointed with 3. 4 was fine. We played it over a really long stretch, and at least if I recall correctly, and I feel like I didn't absorb as much of it as I would have liked. And to be fair, I've also never played the original, which is the case for all of the Resident Evil games. So like it's harder for me to kind of gauge my opinion on some of these, but that's what we did with the C-pad for Let's Play Dead. And yeah, no, it was really engrossing. And it felt like exactly what some of these older Resident Evil games needed. I'm still waiting on a Resident Evil 1, like, new modern era remake. I know there's Resident Evil HD Remaster, but I just think that, Resident Evil 1 and 0, for that matter, could do with getting remade. I still remember when Resident Evil 2 had come out and we finished it, the thought that we had in our head was like, maybe Resident Evil 3 could be released as literally like a full game DLC for Resident Evil 2, since the police station is going to be such a big part of it. And it wasn't. Like, you can be there for literally 5 minutes or less if you book it. And then we had a similar thought about Resident Evil 1, where maybe Resident Evil 0 could be connected to that because of Rebecca's, adventure that leads her to the Spencer Mansion in the first place. But regardless, Resident Evil 2, great game, great series, and it really, gave me a lot to chew on for Resident Evil, because at the time, I had only seen / played, I don't even know if I played any of them at this point, but this was our third Resident Evil game on the channel, because we had done Resident Evil, actually, no, that's not true, we did Resident Evil 7, and then later on, we did Resident Evil 1 HD Remaster for Let's Play Dead. And I'm trying to remember if anything came between 1 and 2. There might have been something, but I don't remember. But that's okay. Regardless, it was a good time, and we enjoyed it a lot. Jackbox Party Pack 8. So this is one that we did here and there for streams. Like, there was a stream that was me, Sarah, and Jeff that I don't even know if there was a special occasion or if we were just all around and we decided to stream it. Jeff later did it as a Sunday Crew stream, and then it came back for Jackathon. So the games for this one are a little hit or miss, in my opinion. There's Drawful Animate, which is essentially Drawful again, but you're making like 2-frame animations at points. There's also, oh boy, what are the other ones? Job is kind of the standout from 8. This Job is essentially Quiplash, but as you go, you have access to, you aren't able to write out your own answers anymore. You have to use words from a different person's answer earlier and use them like fridge magnets to make your answer for following rounds, which is kind of neat. And the prompts are pretty good. It's definitely still the best. I think it's still the best one on 8, but it does get there by essentially being quiplash again. So it's tough to gauge some of these sometimes. There's also the Wheel of Enormous Proportions, which is fine, but it ain't no trivia murder party. It's my biggest problem with the Wheel of Enormous Proportions is the end game, where you can do miserably. You can literally get everything wrong and still win if you just spin the wheel unluckily at the end. So that's kind of a rough one there. What were the other two? Let's see here. The other ones were... Oh, not that one. This one. What did I miss? I got Job. There was... Oh, the Pole Mines, which is... one where you have to come up with answers. Like, you essentially... I'm trying to remember how this works. You would come up with answers to questions, and then like they would get ranked, and you had to like pick which ones were going to be ranked best, worst. There were points where you would have up to 8 answers to a question, and you had to decide which one you think was going to be ranked third out of all. And like, it's super hard and kind of cryptic. It was, it's sort of tricky as a concept. I don't hate it, but it's like, I don't know. I will say the other big standout from Party Pack 8 is Weapons Drawn. So Weapons Drawn is a game where it's another art game. This is actually, I think Party Pack 8's the only one that's got 2 art games, I think. So the premise is that there are people at this masquerade that have been murdered, and everyone playing is a murderer. But you have to figure out who the murderer is by way of... So you essentially, you're given a prompt to draw something and a letter. A letter is on... I believe the letter starts out on the actual canvas, and then you have to incorporate that letter into your drawing in a way that masks it really well. The tricky part is, the only thing I don't like about this is, so if you imagine that everything that's on the canvas is on a layer, we'll call it layer 1 is where so you have the page is layer 0, then everything you draw is on layer 1. The letter is on layer 2. So like, it's got a little bit of an outline to it that shows up as you draw stuff. And it's like, okay, well, all you have to do is look for those layers, and congratulations, you have found that person's letter. So like, I don't know, there's a little bit of finagling that could probably happen with that to make that a little bit better, I think, but still a pretty decent time. But anyway, Resident Evil 2 versus the Jackbox Party Pack 8. Up next, we have another Mega Man versus Mario situation with Mega Man 9 versus Wario Land Super Mario Land 3. So Mega Man 9, this is one that we did for the Mega Let's Play as we were winding things down before Mega Man 11 came in and became the new finale for the series. This is one, so I think we talked about this a little during Mega Man 10, so I'll keep it brief, but this one was one that I think people were actually really excited for. It had been a little while since Classic Mega Man got some love. I think it had been, I don't know, maybe 7 or 8 years since Mega Man and Bass got released on the Game Boy Advance in the US. Prior to that was Mega Man 8, which would have been, I think, PlayStation era, so like maybe like 1997, something like that. So there hadn't been a lot of love for Mega Man at the time, and they were like, hey, we're doing a throwback specifically to Mega Man 2. Mega Man 10 is at its core a throwback to Mega Man 3, or arguably as high as 6. Mega Man 9 is very much specifically 2. Like, I don't think you can even slide in this one. Can you slide in 2? Or is that a 3 thing? I forget. But so I think people were more excited for 9. And it was generally a pretty good time, and it was a good game. A little tough in spots, but it was fun. Mega Man 10, I think, is where people were kind of like, wait, so are we just doing this now? We're just going to do throwbacks with ironically bad cover art? I don't know if this is going to work. But, yeah, short series, I think. I don't think it took all that long. But it was I think it was released as like WiiWare along with 10 and all of that. But yeah, so Mega Man 9. On the other side, we have Wario Land 1 for Super Mario Wario-thon. I covered this one. This was the third entry in that whole thing. I have such a huge soft spot for Wario Land 1. I think the music is wonderful. I was so excited to hear Rice Beach in in Mario Kart World. I get a bump 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 ba da da dum bump. Like I could just sit here forever and just jam out to that. Love the game. I think all of the stages and bosses and things are fun. I love looking for the treasures. There's a few stages that are a little bit bullshit, but for the most part, it's a grand old time. There's something that just feels nice about the game. I don't know how else to put it. And yeah, it was a treat to get to do it for that. It was just the one stream. It was a short game, so easy enough to check that out. Mega Man 9 versus Wario Land, Super Mario Land 3. After that, we have The Flame and the Flood versus Psychonauts and the Rhombus of Ruin. The Flame and the Flood. So this is one that Jeff streamed. I think it was a single stream. The game is sort of a survival game, but you're also like on the move, I think. The idea is there's been a huge flood, and so this like marshy area has just been turned into like a bunch of little islands and things. And so you're traveling with your dog, you're trying to survive, make it through the night, make it through the whole adventure. And yeah, it's sort of like crafty and survival-y and all of those things. The art style is really, really nice. It's got sort of a oh boy, it's like it looks similar to like a stop animation type aesthetic in the realm of like a Coraline, but also has like a blocky sort of aesthetic. It's a really unique look, and I really dig it. Yeah, there's not a lot that I can say about this one because it was just a one-off stream. But because it's a one-off stream, I would highly recommend going and checking it out. Same goes for Psychonauts and the Rhombus of Ruin. This was also a single one-off stream. This was one that I did. I think I did this before Psychonauts 2. I'm not 100% sure off the top of my head. But so this is a follow-up to Psychonauts 1. And it helps bridge the gap between 1 and 2, where at the end of Psychonauts 1, the big sequel hook is that, we found Lily's father. We know, we're on the trail, or he's been kidnapped. That's what it was. And so Psychonauts and the Rhombus of Ruin is Raz and company going to find Truman, where they wind up finding out that, they want to find out like Dr. Loboto is doing some heinous shit or whatever. I think Psychonauts 2 winds up revealing that Dr. Loboto was like very much under someone's control, I think. I don't really remember. It's been a little while, but the premise is this was a VR game. This was one that we used the VR headset for as well, the PlayStation VR. And for this one, it did a clever so one of the things that was a common complaint with VR games is you can't really just move around freely, essentially. Like, if you move around freely, you then get the problem of head bob, because if you just move straight forward, then you have a tendency to feel like you're gliding, which is a little bit odd as like a person. Like, it feels wrong. It makes you feel robotic. But if you do a head bob, but your actual body in real life is not moving, that can make you really nauseous. Basically, there's a lot of stuff that your brain filters out from what your eyes are actually seeing, that if you try to present that to someone, and the reason you're able to filter it out is because your body's doing a bunch of stuff at once. When you're walking, your head bobs a couple inches. Like, you actually do a decent amount of like this as you're walking, but your brain kind of like overwrites some of that, so it's like, no, you're still able to see forward without it bobbing up and down. But because the whole physical action is happening, you're very used to that. In VR, you don't have that. So if you add the bob, it becomes extremely disorienting. It's the same reason why in VR, you really have to attach the camera in-game to the headset. Like, if I go like this, then the camera also needs to go like this. If it doesn't, then that gets really disorienting. It's part of why in cutscenes they generally don't play out in first person, because it can be super disorienting. So the solution that was developed by a handful of studios and stuff was, all right, for various games, you will just kind of like look at something and point, and you'll be able to jump to that. You'll be able to essentially teleport. So this game works that in as a proper game mechanic, because the idea is you see something and you send your mind into that thing, because everyone in Psychonauts is psychic. And it makes for some really cool, puzzle mechanics. Some are a little bit weird, but there's some interesting stuff in there. Again, the video doesn't come out amazing, graphically speaking. Like, it comes out fine. It's better than the Oculus for sure. But there are limitations with recording VR headsets. So it's not like a perfect thing, but it's a pretty fun one. But yeah, both of them I would say check out. The Flame and the Flood versus Psychonauts in the Rhombus of Ruin. Next up, we have Sonic Adventure 2 versus Carrion. Sonic Adventure 2. So we talked about Battle a little bit earlier. This is what we played initially as part of the Supersonic Let's Play. This is the PlayStation Network version, but this is essentially the story mode for Sonic Adventure 2, not including the battle mode. And every time after we did it, because the battle DLC was added, we referred to it as Sonic Adventure 2 Battle. But I love Sonic Adventure 2. I'm a big fan. I like it better than Adventure 1, with the exception of I do like how the story is structured in Sonic Adventure 1. But I think the gameplay is a little bit better realized in Sonic Adventure 2, broadly speaking. I think my biggest complaint with 2 is that stuff does get a little repetitive in its gameplay setup, but I don't know what the solution for that is. I feel like 1 was a little more experimental and 2 was a little bit more rigid. But so yeah, this was, we played it back in, when would that have been? Like 2018 probably. And this one had all of, our hero story, dark story. My love of this game is why I really generally don't love Sonic the Hedgehog 3, the movie, especially with the absurd character assassination they throw at Gerald. Holy cow. But yeah, there's not a lot to be said about Sonic Adventure 2 because it's a game that I love, and we played it for a decent amount of time. We have an unpaused binge version of it that's a little under 8 hours, I think. But great fucking game, and we had a blast playing it. Carrion is a game that we played as part of the 11th anniversary marathon stream. This is one that Lindsay piloted for. And in this one, you play as this like bloody, squiddy monster thing that breaks out of containment in a lab underground, and you spend the entire time essentially trying to get out. It's basically if an octopus was an eldritch horror, that would be the character you control for this. It's very squiddly. You really like claw into stuff. I want to say you get larger or gain more health by like eating scientists and stuff. It's a very gory, bloody game, but it's a lot of fun. I don't think that we finished it, but I think we got quite far into it. Maybe it's something that can come back sometime. But yeah, Sonic Adventure 2 versus Carrion. After that, we have Tingle's Balloon Fight DS versus Heave Ho. Tingle's Balloon Fight DS. Yeah, this was part of the legendary Let's Play when we, during the A Terrible Fate series, when we went back and played a handful of the side games we hadn't done before. This was a pretty short one. We only did it for like an hour and a half, maybe. It was Ben and myself. I think that was it. And it's essentially just a remake of Balloon Fight, but with Tingle in the driver's seat. And yeah, it's there's not a lot to say about that. There's like a stage version, and then there's also like the endless flight where you like fly to the side until you lose. It was a cute little distraction type game. It didn't last very long, but that's okay. Heave Ho is one that we played for the games. I think it was for the first. Yeah, I think it was for the first games for sport climbing. As compared to, for the second games, we had a climbing event. I don't think we called it sport climbing. I think we called it something else. It might have been mountain climbing, what we did for Celeste. But so, yeah, Heave Ho is a game that I actually first saw at, I think, PAX East one year. And the idea is you play as this little cartoony little blob with two hands that have an element. When you press the left trigger, your left hand grips, and when you press the right trigger, your right hand grips and sticks to walls and stuff. And you have to kind of like clamber around all these weird environments to try to get through stages. And so we had a set of, I think, 4 stages that you had to get through in a timed way. I think it was myself, John, Lindsay, and Jose. It was a great game, made for a fun video. Evil Hippie on commentary, which was great. And yeah, I miss the games a lot. I'm trying really hard to bring them back. But yeah, Tingle's Balloon Fight DS versus Heave Ho. After this, we have Donkey Kong versus Fahrenheit. So this is Donkey Kong for the NES, which is, I mean, it's literally an NES port of the arcade game. Not to be confused with Donkey Kong for the Game Boy, which starts out as a port of the arcade game and then goes bonkers off into like infinity. This one plays it pretty straight. In the same way as Pac-Man before it. There's only so much to say about Donkey Kong. This one was Sarah and myself, and I think maybe Ben. And it's Donkey Kong. Like I don't know what else to say about it. We played it for an episode's worth of time. It's a classic for a reason, and it's also pretty tough. It gets pretty tough at the end if you're not very careful. On the other side, we have Fahrenheit, which is a game we played. Oh yeah, Donkey Kong, by the way, we did as part of the NES Classic Edition, which maybe that's kind of obvious at this point after saying it so many times. Fahrenheit is one we did for the complete 32X. This is another one of those FMV-based games, and this is one where you play as a firefighter who is sent out to fires, and you have to try to rescue people from the fires and then get out as well. This one is sort of in the realm of Night Trap, where it seems like you just kind of have to memorize the correct answers in order to get through it, because there are so many dead ends that you would have no way of knowing are dead ends, essentially, unless you'd done it before. But it's an experience. I would love to try it again on proper hardware next time just to see if there's any difference there or not. But, like, yeah, odd little game. Both of these from console plays, so it's, one episode apiece. Donkey Kong versus Fahrenheit. All right, after this, we have the progenitors of two huge franchises, Castlevania versus Doom. Castlevania is one we played for the NES Classic Edition. I think this one was Sarah and I. I have played very little Castlevania even to this day, to be honest. I think, honestly, the grand finale episode that we did of Castlevania Symphony of the Night is the most Castlevania I've ever played. But the original is tough as fuck. Oh my god. That Nintendo hard on full display here. And yeah, I think we got an okay distance into the game, but like there's a lot of bullshit in old school Castlevania, man. You take a hit, it knocks you into a pit, and you're dead, and it sucks. But quick little video, nothing too serious there. Doom, we played for the complete 32X, and not for the PC. At some point, CJ will be playing Doom for 90-minute nails, but he hasn't gotten there yet. But it will be coming. And then you will get to see what Doom is supposed to look like, because Doom for the 32X is, to my understanding, considered to be the worst version of Doom, of the original Doom. The graphics, my understanding is they're okay, but they're very jaggy. Like they're not amazing in their presentation. But in addition to that, the music is awful. It's fart music, big time. It's not impressive, especially compared to like the PC or even the Super Nintendo version, where you get that like nice driving kind of like sound to it that adds to the atmosphere. 32X does not work. It's like sludgy and weird and bad. But both of these console plays again, so one-off episodes. Castlevania versus Doom. Up after that, we have Sonic Advance versus Mario and Luigi Partners in Time. So Sonic Advance, this is going to be one of the weirdest things. So we played it twice. Once for the Supersonic Let's Play. That would have been circa 2018-ish probably. And it's a banger. The music is great. The game plays great. It is a true successor to the Genesis games, in my opinion, as well as Pocket Adventure. I think Pocket Adventure gets overlooked a little too often. But Sonic Advance 1 is fantastic. It's an excellent, excellent game. I think it's probably the best of its trilogy, in fact, which might be a tall order, but I do think it is the best, ultimately, of them. I also played it for Sonic Weekathon 4 Advance, and 100%ed it there, which, as it turns out, this is so crazy. The two times we played this game took exactly the same amount of time. Exactly the same amount of time. 4 hours, 32 minutes, and 23 seconds. The D-pad on paused video for Sonic Advance from the Supersonic Let's Play is 4 hours, 32 minutes, and 23 seconds. And the VOD for the stream for Sonic Weekathon for Sonic Advance is 4 hours, 32 minutes, and 23 seconds. I did not plan that. I didn't change any of that stuff. I didn't like tweak it to make it do that. Literally, I had to double check I was looking at the right video when I was comparing them a minute ago, because I'm like, that can't be right. There's something wrong there. But legitimately, both of them are 4 hours, 32 minutes, 23 seconds. I'll put them on I'll put the little things on the screen so you can see it. Like, that's crazy to me. But fun games, had a blast with those. Mario and Luigi Partners in Time is one that I streamed. I guess that would have made it the second Mario and Luigi game, right? After Superstar Saga. And before Bowser's Inside Story and Luigi's Dream Team? No, just Dream Team. And yeah, so this is the one where there's time travel and you are teamed up with Baby Mario and Baby Luigi while trying to take down Baby Bowser and Bowser. And I think TimeSplitters shows up on both sides, and I think Bowser Jr. might also be there, and that confuses things a little bit. But solid game. It's for the DS, and I think this is one where A, B, X, and Y come into play, because they're like, oh, let's do this. That way you've got X and Y things you can do along the A and B. Fun stuff. Great premise. Great execution. We did it in like 5 streams, something like that. But yeah, Sonic Advance versus Mario and Luigi Partners in Time. Up after that, we have Thunder Desert GP versus Metroid Other M. So Thunder Desert GP is, I believe, the first game we played for OUYA Oh No, to the point where we were still coming up with the premise as we were playing, which was very funny. Thunder Desert GP itself, I think this was just Ben and I. This is a motorcycle racing game in the vein of... oh no, I'm trying to remember. There was one for the 32X that we talked about earlier on, but I've forgotten. But it's your classic like behind the back racing game with like the red and white stripes on the sides, and you're kind of like weaving through stuff. It's fine. It seems a little bit basic, and it's odd because like the graphics are simple in a way that look like they used to be pixelated, but then someone manually upscaled them by just going, oh, well, here's a row of pixels going diagonally. That'll just be a line. Like, it's not a bad art style. I'm not trying to say that it's a bad art style, but the way that everything's presented, it does feel like it might have worked better if it was big chunky pixels instead. It just, everything's got kind of like a bigness to it in an odd sort of way, and I don't really know how I feel about that. The game, I think, was like fine. I don't think it was kind of a soft start for the whole thing. Like, it wasn't great and wasn't terrible. But, you know, it's always kind of the way when it comes to like that style of game. On the other side, we have Metroid Other M, which is a Metroid game that is neither a like core Metroid title nor a Metroid Prime title, released for the Wii. This game I'm very conflicted about. So we played it as part of the Screwy Let's Play, so about 4 years ago, maybe 5. On the one hand, the gameplay is actually fine, mostly. I think for missiles, you have to point at the screen and like do stuff, which is a little bit awkward. I don't like that. Basically, everything else gameplay-wise is fine. It's actually 90% of the time, it's a perfectly serviceable Metroid game. Closer to a Metroid Prime than anything. It would have probably made more sense to include it in... I was already assuming that there would be a Metroid, there'd be a Screwy Let's Play Prime for whenever Prime 4 happened, but at the time we had weeks to go, and I was like, let's put one more game in. So the gameplay is generally fine. The story makes me actually kind of angry. It's an enormous character assassination for Samus, which, wow, that's impressive in its own right. It makes her seem indecisive, but also kind of impetuous. It makes her seem really like needy in a sort of like I need approval or validation sort of way, which I don't like. It's so different from how she acts in every other game. And famously, she waits for the go-ahead from Galactic Federation folks, is it Adam for this? I'm trying to remember if it is Adam for this or not. But she waits to get the go ahead for clearance to use her weapons for things. Even though she is a bounty hunter, she is not part of the like Galactic Federation. I forget. There is a name for like the military of the Galactic Federation, and I forget what it is. But she doesn't need to be waiting for permission to use missiles, and yet she does. And boy, is that annoying from a storytelling and gameplay standpoint. This is where the famous "the baby" memes all come from. This game is chock full of mother-baby imagery. Imagery in a imagery is not the right word. In a metaphorical sense, it's full of allegories to motherhood and mother-child relationships, including up to and including what the other M in other M means, and also that other M itself is an anagram for mother. So, yeah. If you can stomach the story or just close your eyes and ears, honestly, Other M's a pretty decent game. It was only like 3 streams, so we got through pretty quick. But, yeah, so 𝗏𝗏𝗟𝗏𝗧 GP versus Metroid Other M. Okay, so the next match we have is BS The Legend of Zelda Ancient Stone Tablets versus Sonic and the Secret Rings. So, Ancient Stone Tablets. This is the Satellaview version of A Link to the Past. Modifies the story, modifies what you have access to. If you're not familiar with the Satellaview games for Zelda, essentially you got 4 separate weekly broadcasts that were... The broadcasts, I believe, were an hour long, and they would literally, like, it would play audio through the game to both give you hints and also like give you story beats and stuff. The version that we did was essentially a cobbled together version of that. I say cobbled, it's actually done very well. As close to a reenactment essentially of that as possible, but you essentially had 4 50-minute periods with which to beat the entire game. And you can only get so far in each of those 50-minute periods. Pretty decent stuff, honestly. Like A Link to the Past is fantastic, and there's a lot of great mods and fan games based on it out there. So, even Nintendo themselves making one of these is pretty awesome. It was a fun experience. I wish there were more. We got 2 Zelda 1 ones and 1 Link to the Past one, and I wish there were more. Yeah. Sonic and the Secret Rings. This is where the origin of our favorite "no such things as aeroplanes and dreams" comes from. And also the endless 7 rings in hand. Gotta get your butt rock in there. So Sonic the Secret Rings. So this is it literally is an endless runner game, actually, come to think of it. It's not endless, but it's a runner game where you control Sonic while holding the Wiimote like this. And if you want him to slow down, you tilt it backwards. And there's a few things you can do to make him, I believe, jump and attack and stuff. And I don't really remember because the controls were really fucking bad. Oh my God, they were so bad. And because you were using the Wii sideways and rolling it so much, it was extremely, like, inaccurate too. Like, it felt fidgety and weird and bad. It's a rough game. We haven't played Sonic and the Black Knight yet, though it's coming up fast. And we did play, I believe we did an episode of the board game. We didn't play the entire thing, though there is a video on 𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏 Madness Mansion sessions from PAX East this year, where a bunch of us were subjected to the entirety of Sonic and the Secret Rings multiplayer modes. And it's a wild ride. It's not on here because it's not actually on our channel, but you can check out the links there if you haven't seen Sonic and the Secret Rings. Prepare yourself. It's a rough time. But yeah, BS The Legend of Zelda Ancient Stone Tablets versus Sonic and the Secret Rings. And last but not least for this heat, we have Hollow Knight versus Primal Rage. Hollow Knight. This is, I mean, Hollow Knight is a classic at this point. I feel like it doesn't need a lot of introduction. This is a game that I streamed back in 2019. It might have gone into 2020. I don't know, but huge Metroidvania style exploration game. It's dripping with lore and vibes, and it's dark and moody, but it's also very funny. Lots of cool stuff. It's got an excellent battle system. The bosses are really challenging over time. You really have to get your shit together to do it, and it's great. Love it. I have not played 𝗤𝗔𝗘𝗥, not yet. I'm going to. I am a little sad that my understanding is that they patched down the difficulty, because I honestly was very interested in playing it at its original difficulty. If I can find a way to patch it back out, because I'm less like a bragging thing. I don't really care about that. It's more about just I'm just curious, I'm just curious, what that was like. But yeah, so that was a really good time. Last year, late last year, Dave started a stream series for this. I believe he's planning on coming back to it, but he got one stream in, checking out the early stages of it. If you haven't checked out his stream for it, I would highly recommend it. For mine, I got through the entire game, and I believe I 100%ed everything except for the Pantheon fights. I did all of the rounds except for the final one that is essentially every single boss in a row. I got up to the final boss and died, and I was like, I can't put another hour in. That's too much. Because I think at that point it was like 2 a.m, and I was like, I can't. Also, mentally, I don't think I was ready for another hour of it. I also haven't done any of the challenge runs of the earlier gauntlets, just because some of those were fucking insane. Maybe if for you do it, we can come back to it sometime. Maybe after playing 𝗤𝗔𝗘𝗥, we can come back to it. I don't know. But yeah, Primal Rage is a game that we played for the Complete 32X. It is a dinosaur fighting game. It's literally a fighting game we play as, well, not just dinosaurs, because there's also a big monkey man and stuff, but it's basically a prehistoric fighting game. It's not very good. On the 32X, at least. It's very laggy. I think the music was barely there. There was a lot to be desired on that front. Yeah, it wasn't very good. It was a short experience with that one. But yeah, the fighting games on the 32X just were not wowing me. Maybe it's worth. I mean, when we revisit that, when we eventually do revisit the 32X, because I think we will. Not even I think we will, because some of the games didn't get a fair shake the first time around because of the way we had stuff set up, and that doesn't feel right. So when we come back to the 32X, I think we're going to make a ranked list of all of the games on it in the end. I think that's the way to go, because then we can actually really come up with a definitive, hey, here are the ones that really worked, here's the ones that didn't. But yeah, so Hollow Knight versus Primal Rage. And so with that is it for this heat. Those are your 64 matches for Heat 6 of Round 1. We're getting there. We're down to just this and then 2 more, and then we are into Round 2. It's been a long time coming. I appreciate, if you're watching this, please know that I appreciate that you watched this whole thing. If you haven't voted yet, you can head to challenge.com/grand_champion_3 to cast your votes. And if you have not filled out your predictions yet, I believe at the time of recording there are 5 people who haven't. You can head to challenge.com/grand_champion_4, where we have the 4th and final of the brackets to do predictions for. This is the last time that they will need to do a full bracket prediction. There will be one last thing afterwards, but we'll come around to that in October. So yeah, get on that, and I'm really excited to see how the votes go for these. There's some good matches in here. There's some really good matches in here. Voting for this and predictions for the 4th bracket are going to close on Friday, August 28th. August 28th. So at time of recording, it's about a week and a half from now. Might be a little bit less, depending on how fast I'm able to edit this together. But that is when stuff is going to close. So if you haven't done it yet, please go and do that. I would love for people to be able to get their predictions in. We've got quite the competition going for those top slots. And we haven't even reached the point where matches are worth more than 1 point. things are going to get crazy when we get to round 2. But yeah, so thank you guys very much for hanging. It's been great doing this, and we'll see you next time. Bye.